Chapter 2067. Really? Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Thinking of how Li Shouzhong had been the chancellor of the directorate for so many years, his network was extensive and he was incomparably familiar with the rules of the imperial court. He might really have a way. Wang Yi, please come with me. Seeing the other so excited, Li Wan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had guessed his troubles. Li Wan was wearing a plain long dress. She didn't have any makeup or jewelry that women usually wore, but she had an indescribably elegant and dignified temperament. Song Qingshu followed behind her and looked at her graceful back. He couldn't help but sigh. Li Wan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why is Wang Yi sighing?" Song Qingshu answered, "I am lamenting that Madame is in the prime of her youth and has such a dignified and beautiful appearance. But she can only spend the rest of her life alone. It is truly a reckless waste of God's gift." Li Wan's expression changed. "Wang Yi, please be careful with your words." Seeing her reaction, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It seems that my reputation in this area isn't very good. Madame misunderstood that I was flirting. In fact, I was just thinking that in my hometown, it is normal for a woman to remarry after a divorce, not to mention the death of her husband." "Isn't Wang Ye's hometown near Jingzhou's Wudong? That is also the territory of the great Song." "I have never heard of such a custom," Li Wan shook her head, answering seriously. "Moreover, how can a virtuous woman serve a second husband? I hope that Wang Yi will not say such troublesome things in the future." Even though he knew that she was poisoned by the etiquette of this world, he still respected her steadfastness. The two sank into silence, quickly arriving at Li Shouzhong's study. Seeing Song Qingshu and his daughter coming together from the inner chamber, Li Shouzhong's expression also changed. "You?" Li Wan's face reddened slightly, and she explained the whole story. Hearing that he had escorted Li Macho back, Li Shouzhong let out a sigh of relief. "Wang Yi previously allowed us women to reunite, and this time he saved Macho again. This great kindness the Li family really doesn't know how to repay." Li Wan seized the opportunity to speak. "Father, isn't the Prince of Qi currently having a vexing matter? Helping him out with some ideas can be considered as repaying him." Li Shouzhong furrowed his brows and thought to himself, "Daughters are really losers. All of them turn to outsiders when they grow up, but all three of my children are daughters." Song Qingshu was famous for his scandal. Hearing Li Wan speak up for him, Li Shouzhong's first reaction was that this guy wouldn't come to seduce his precious daughter, right? However, on second thought, he knew his daughter's character the best. She would never do anything that would bring shame to the family's reputation. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the change in Li Shouzhong's expression, Song Qingshu also had some misgivings in his heart. He had a vague feeling that something was not right. He hastily said, "During the morning court session, I was attacked by a group of people. I hope Mr. can teach me how to break out of this situation." After hesitating for a moment, Li Shouzhong said to Li Wan, "Wan go to the rear hall and accompany your older sister. I have something to discuss with the Prince of Qi." "Yes." Li Wan did not feel that there was anything wrong. Bowing, she took her leave. Song Qingshu was somewhat surprised. He did not understand why Li Shouzhong had deliberately sent his daughter away. It couldn't be that his reputation was so bad that Li Shouzhong was worried that he would have crooked thoughts about her? "Although Wan is my biological daughter, she has long since married into the Jia family and is now a member of the Jia household. As a result, there are some things that are inconvenient for her to hear," Li Shouzhong explained. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that he was overthinking. However, he became increasingly curious about what Li Shouzhong was going to say next. Li Shouzhong sighed. "I am the Chancellor of the Directorate of Studies. I have a good relationship with the Jianshan Academy. Zhen Dexiu and Wei Liaoweng are also close friends with me. Originally, even if my Li family owes you a great debt of gratitude, I would not help you come up with ideas to deal with them. However, you are related by marriage to the Wang family. In addition, you helped Yu Fei overturn the verdict. Everyone will view the Li family and you as one. I have no choice but to help. Wang family related by marriage? Yu Fei overturned the verdict? Song Qingshu was startled. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Qiushui was also a member of the Li family. Her sister was Yu Fei's second wife. The Li family had a complicated relationship with the Wang family and the Yu family. Now that he was the future son-in-law of the Wang family, and had once advocated for Yu Fei to overturn the verdict and protected Xiaolong Nu in the palace, everyone knew about this. Therefore, the honor and disgrace of both parties had unknowingly been linked together. Even if Li Shouzhong wanted to stay out of this matter, other forces would not believe him. I have implicated you, Song Qingshu said apologetically. Li Shouzhong shook his head and said, the main thing is that I have thought it through. Instead of doing nothing and waiting to be punished in the future, it is better to seize the opportunity now. Perhaps I can even bring honor to the ancestors of the Li family. Song Qingshu had been in this world for so many years. He was very clear that for some big families, the interests of the family were the most important. Sometimes it could even surpass the interests of the country. Li Shouzhong took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He then said, if you want to stay in the palace legitimately, it is not that there is no way. Song Qingshu immediately sat up straight. Li Shouzhong said, right now they are using righteousness to force you. As long as you also have a righteous status, they will have nothing to say. In the palace, other than the officials, other men are not allowed to exist. However, there are a few exceptions. They are the guards and the imperial physicians. However, even the guards and the imperial physicians can only stay in the outer palace. They are not allowed to enter the inner court unless they are summoned. But other than these people, there is a special kind of person who can enter and leave the inner palace with the emperor. Who is it? Song Qingshu was, after all, a foreigner. He was far less familiar with the official system of the Song dynasty than someone like Li Shouzhong. Now there are so many martial arts masters in the world. If they break through the defense lines outside the imperial palace and get close to the emperor, won't the emperor be at their mercy? Li Shouzhong explained. In order to avoid this situation, the emperor always keeps a few martial arts masters around him. Generally speaking, most of them are eunuchs. However, eunuchs are born with defects. Except for a few, their talent in martial arts is limited. They are far inferior to ordinary people, so they often need some normal guards to supplement them. Imperial equipment. Song Qingshu finally came to his senses. Li Shouzhong nodded with a smile. Over the years, the reason why there are very few imperial equipment is because of the strict selection of martial arts and family background. In fact, there is a very important reason. That is, no emperor wants to have too many other men in the harem. Therefore, every emperor only has a few imperial equipment around him. This way, his safety can be guaranteed, and it is easy to monitor and prevent trouble in the harem. I see. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that there was actually such a hidden story. Previously, during the Battle of Mount Wudong, all of the imperial equipment had been killed or injured. The only survivor, Ding Dian, was now unconscious and recuperating at home. This was enough reason to replenish the imperial equipment. Li Shouzhong continued, of course, just the identity of imperial equipment may not be enough to stop people's mouths. Therefore, Your Highness needs to marry the princess as soon as possible. Originally, the emperor's son-in-law was not qualified to stay in the palace. However, the key is that the emperor's son-in-law is commandant. In this way, Your Highness and the emperor's family will become family. With this identity, many matters will become family matters. The court officials are outsiders and cannot interfere. In addition, there was an assassin in the palace today, and the crown prince was injured. This matter is actually very beneficial to you. Take advantage of this opportunity, and since you don't have the status problem, It is natural for you to stay in the palace. Song Qingshu had a strange expression. He wondered how Li Shouzhong would react if he knew that the assassin was his daughter. At this time, Li Shouzhong sighed. In fact, staying in the palace is not difficult. What is difficult is another matter. Chapter 2068. Song Qingshu hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" Li Shouzhong replied, "This time, the officials attacked you for messing with the harem. Next time, they can find other reasons to attack you. Are you going to defend passively like this every time? As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. One day, you will be forced into a corner by them." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I know that. But what can I do now? I can only deal with it as it comes." Li Shouzhong shook his head and said, "Although Prince Qi is now in a high position and seems to be under one person and above tens of thousands of people, it is just adding oil to the fire and flowers to make a brocade. Your decree can't be passed on to the people below. Even if it is passed, it will be distorted. In addition, some people will instruct their henchmen to attack your mistake. In the end, it is because you have no foundation in the court. I am also very clear about this problem, but where can I build my own team in such a short time?" Song Qingshu also had a headache about this. Li Shouzhong looked at him and said meaningfully, "Now there is a ready-made force in the court." Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. Li Shouzhong replied, "A few months ago, Han Xingzhou was still in power in the court. Unfortunately, he was killed by Jia Sherdao with a wave strike. The Han's group had no leader and was destroyed one by one. But back then, they were able to suppress Jia Sherdao. How many officials did they have under them? Later, they were suppressed by Jia Sherdao and were demoted one by one. But they didn't disappear. They just hid and waited for an opportunity. You have a good relationship with Han Xingzhou, so they have a natural good impression of you. So, if you want to build a team quickly, you have to rely on this group of people." Song Qingshu was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for your advice, sir. Besides, I am not familiar with many people in the court. Who else in Han Xingzhou's group can be useful? I hope you can answer my questions." Li Shouzhong sighed. Back then, the Qingyuan faction was banned, and Han Xingzhou eliminated all dissidents and wantonly attacked the people of the Confucian school. From my standpoint, I should not speak for these people, but now that the Li family is in the same boat as you, it is impossible for me to stay out of this." Song Qingshu sternly said, "Back then, the Qin Yuan party was banned largely because of the power struggle between Han Xingzhou and Zhao Ru. I am different from him. Moreover, I have always had a good relationship with the people of Jianshan Academy. Naturally, I will not attack the Confucian school like he did." Although many people in later generations criticized the Neo-Confucianism of the Southern Song dynasty, one could not ignore the era and discuss the problem. In this world, Neo-Confucianism still dominated, and it also had its positive meaning. A large part of the imperial court believed in this line. In history, Han Xingzhou attacked Neo-Confucianism and lost the people's support. During the northern expedition, there was a shortage of manpower, so they had to recruit some people from the Neo-Confucianism school to take charge of various tasks. In the end, this group of people all pretended to agree but opposed in secret, and forcibly destroyed the whole northern expedition. Learning from his past mistakes, Song Qingshu naturally would not make the same mistake. Moreover, with the yellow-clothed woman, Huang Chang, and Li Shouzhong, he could not wantonly attack the people of the school of Neo-Confucianism. Hearing him say this, Li Shouzhong smiled and said, "I know you are not this kind of person. Otherwise, I would not talk to you so much." Following that, he narrated a lot of people. Today in the imperial court, Zhen de Xiu and the others made things difficult for you. You could only go and refute them personally, which is really a disadvantage. In the past, Han Kuzhou received far more criticism than you did, but every time, he was as steady as Mount Tai, because his subordinates would take the initiative to refute them on his behalf, and there was no need for him to go personally. Although the imperial censorate is Shi Miyuan's territory, he can't control every single person. Years ago, Han Xingzhou placed a few trusted aides in there. Lu Dexiu, Yang Defa, Lu Sanjie, and a few others as the imperial censorate are really good at debating. Every time they quote from the classics, they are not at all inferior to the great Confucian scholars of the Neo-Confucianism. Shen Jizhu of the Minxia province and Li Mu of the Hall of Governmental Affairs are all experts in handling government affairs. There is also the Assistant Minister of War, Chen Jia, who has always been familiar with military affairs. Before, Song Qinshu only knew the senior members of Han Xingzhou's group, but he did not know the backbone of the middle level. Listening to Li Shouzhong's introduction of these people, he was suddenly enlightened. Li Shouzhong said, Han Xingzhou also had a lot of power in the military. Luo Ryuan, the general of the army, and Yang Ming and Zhang Xing, the officers of the front department and the infantry department, were all very rare talents. Unfortunately, they assassinated Jia Shidao to avenge Han Xingzhou. Now, no one knows if they are still alive or not. Alas, when the two factions fight, the talents of the country will be hurt. Hearing his sigh, Song Qingshu's expression was a bit strange. He had saved these people and arranged them to the Golden Snake Battalion. Now, he wanted to see if there was a chance for them to return to Lin. After remembering all the names, Song Qingshu stood up and said goodbye. After all, he could not leave the palace for too long. He had wanted to talk to Li Macho again, but unfortunately, she would not come out to see him. Li Shouzhong looked strange, thinking that he had done something unspeakable to his daughter. Song Qingshu had to flee in a panic. After returning to the palace, he sent someone to summon those people mentioned by Li Shouzhong to the palace. They talked until late at night. The next day, in the Political Affairs Hall, a eunuch in the palace sent a decree. Song Qingshu was appointed as the commander of the imperial armament, responsible for the safety of the emperor. Shi Miyuan and Xueji frowned, knowing that yesterday's assassination had made all this reasonable. However, they still made one last effort. Soon, some trusted subordinates questioned this. Their reasons were high-sounding. After all, Song Qingshu was the dignified prince of Qi. It was a waste for him to be the commander of the imperial armament, and it was not in accordance with etiquette. This time, Song Qingshu did not need to come down from the stage to debate. Lu Dexiu, who was at the end of the crowd, directly stood up and refuted. No, in the past, Prince of Xian, and also served as the commander of the imperial armament. How is this not in accordance with etiquette? Prince of Xian, and referred to Han Shizhong. Originally, Han Shizhong also had the title of Prince of Qi, but it was a posthumous title, which was different from Song Qingshu, who had been a prince when he was alive. Fearing that someone would make a fuss about this, he simply brought up Han Xingzhou's title in his early years. Yesterday, during the morning court session, he did not make a move only because he was not on Song Qingshu's side, so why should he stick up for him? But last night, after entering the palace and seeing many familiar faces, he felt as if he had found a new ally. In his excitement, he naturally wanted to wave the flag and shout for his new master. Seeing the spittle flying from both sides, each of them quoting classics and scolding each other, Song Qingshu was secretly pleased, thinking that professional haters should be professional haters. Seeing that the two sides were almost done debating, Song Qingshu found an opportunity to come out and say, "The current situation is special. Outside, the Jin kingdom is like a tiger watching its prey, and inside, there are ambitious people coveting the treasures. At present, protecting the emperor's safety is the most important thing. The emperor has already issued an edict. As the saying goes, the words of an emperor cannot be taken lightly. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore." Shi Miyuan and Xueji looked at each other and could only accept the edict helplessly. However, from each other's eyes, they could feel the seriousness of the matter. The Han faction had completely sided with Song Qingshu. Next, the topic changed to the marriage of the two princesses. The officials of the Ministry of Rites believed that the marriage of the two princesses together was unprecedented, and all aspects of etiquette needed to be considered at length. Shen Jizu, the counselor, and Li Mu, the right minister, had already received the instructions. They stepped out and said, "Now the country is in turmoil. First, there was Wu Shi's rebellion, then the invasion of the Jin kingdom, and now there is the chaos of Mount Wudong. The court is in troubled times, and the whole country is in a state of panic. At this time, we can use the marriage of the two princesses to calm the people and grant amnesty to the people. Compared to the country, why should we care about such trifles? Previously, the emperor ordered the wedding to be held as soon as possible. I think it is because of this consideration." Hearing this, Song Qingshu secretly admired them. He had only told them his intention last night, but they had come up with the specifics themselves. Listening to them talk about the country as the most important thing, it was not very glorious for the two princesses to work together for the same husband, but after hearing what they said, it was the two princesses who had sacrificed for the country. Between the lines there was a kind of great righteousness. These scholars were really amazing when they spoke. With the help of the officials of the Han faction, the matter was quickly settled. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. The same thing, with the help of subordinates, was much easier to handle than a commander without an army. Shi Miuan and Xueji looked like they had accepted their fate, but Song Qingshu knew their temperament. They would not give up just like that. Now, they were just caught off guard by the appearance of the Han faction. When they reacted, they would be more prepared to counterattack. But when that time came, he would be more prepared. In the end, it was still uncertain who would settle the score. After a series of intensive preparations, 3 days later, Song Qingshu and the two princesses held a grand wedding. He was conferred the title of Commandant of the Emperor's son-in-law. An imperial edict came from the palace to grant amnesty to the world and celebrate with the people. The people jokingly called him the twin phoenix emperor's son-in-law, and he became the object of envy and jealousy for countless men. After all, Song Qingshu had many female confidants. To the common people, they did not have much of a concept, but everyone knew the princesses. Countless men dreamed of being favored by the princesses. As for two princesses sharing the same husband, that was something that they did not even dare to think about. But it just so happened that Song Qingshu turned this into a reality. How could this not make countless men jealous and jealous? The entire wedding process was not complicated. What was worth mentioning was that halfway through, Prince Ting pulled Song Qingshu aside and asked when his marriage with Yu Yan would be held, causing Li Qingluo's face to turn livid. She secretly warned Song Qingshu not to really have any ideas about Yu Yan. In addition, she also decided to send a letter to inform Yu Yan to stay at Beating Drum Mountain for a while and not come back so soon. To this, Song Qingshu could only shake his head and smile bitterly. After being busy for half a day and socializing for half a day, it was finally time to enter the bridal chamber. Song Qingshu drunkenly walked to the bridal chamber, but he was soon dumbfounded because the palace maid asked him, "Lord son-in-law, which princess's room should we go to first?" No matter how magnanimous Song Qingshu was, he knew that this kind of choice could not be made casually. Which room he went to first had too many implications. Even if the two princesses were blood-related sisters, it was impossible for them to not have any grudges about this. He cursed the officials of the Ministry of Rites half to death in his heart, thinking, "Can't they just let the two princesses wait for me in the same room?" Chapter 2069. Song Qingshu said this out of anger. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. It was unprecedented for two princesses to marry the same man at the same time. If they were to wait for their husband in the bridal room like ordinary women, it would be inappropriate. How could the royal family face this? Moreover, even if it was an ordinary family, There was no reason for two brides to stay in the same room at the same time. While Song Qingshu was having a headache, a yellow figure suddenly walked out from the corridor. It was the yellow-shirted woman that he hadn't seen for a few days. Long time no see. When Song Qingshu said this, he felt a little guilty. But on second thought, he felt that his reaction was a little strange. Why did it look like he had bumped into his wife when he was having an affair outside? It's only been a few days. The yellow-shirted woman was still as beautiful as before, but there was a trace of loneliness between her brows. Right, I haven't had time to congratulate you. Hearing the lack of sincerity in her tone, Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but find a topic to talk about. I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you been busy with? Tidying up some of my master's belongings and thinking of him. The yellow-shirted woman sighed faintly. Obviously, she didn't want to continue this topic. She pointed to the room inside and said, I just went in to talk to Yuan and Huan Er. Did I disturb you? You're not disturbing them, you're not disturbing them. You're their big sister, and you've put in so much effort to save them. You're already the closest person to them in this world, Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. What's going on? Why is it so awkward to talk about this? The yellow-shirted woman shook her head. From now on, you will be the closest person to them in the world. Song Qingshu didn't know what to say for a moment. The yellow-shirted woman forced a smile. I won't disturb the bridegroom's wedding night. I will leave first. Then she turned to leave. Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to stop her, but he froze halfway. If it was a normal day, he could use words to keep her. But how could he keep her on a day like this? He couldn't say that she was lonely by herself, so why not stay in the bridal room with him? Song Qingshu could not help but shiver when he thought of the possible reactions of the Azura field if he said that. Just then, the yellow-shirted woman suddenly stopped and said softly, Right, I might be in seclusion at Jianshan Academy for a while. Why are you in seclusion? Song Qingshu stilled. Naturally, it is to practice the secret martial arts left behind by my master. At this time, the yellow-robed woman's face revealed an extremely sad expression. If my martial arts were higher, Wu Dang Mountain would not have to sit and watch helplessly as everything happened. Leaving behind these words, her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only the faint fragrance lingering in the air proved that she had stopped there. Song Qingshu was silent. He did not know if the other's words were referring to his inability to save Huang Chang, or his inability to stop his puppet from controlling Zhao Guo. He didn't know if she meant that she couldn't save Huang Chang or that she couldn't stop his puppet from controlling Zhao Guo. Song Qingshu finally understood why the Japanese romance games in his previous life had so many parallel lines. It was destined that one could not have his cake and eat it too. No matter how capable you were, getting close to some people would eventually widen the distance between you and others. Emperor's son-in-law, it's almost time. Where should we go first? A palace maid ran over to ask for his opinion. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He had just hurt their sister. Was he going to hurt one of them by making a choice now? Just as he was having a headache, another palace maid ran over to report. Song Qingshu recognized her as Zhao Yuanyuan's personal maid. The maid bowed and said, Our master asked me to send a message. Emperor's son-in-law, please go to my sister's side first. Song Qingshu didn't expect the other to send such a message. Zhao Yuanyuan's gentle and demure face appeared in his mind. He knew that she was the most understanding person. She must have guessed that he was in a difficult situation, so she took the initiative to help him out. How could anyone not like a woman like her? Just as he was feeling emotional, Zhao Yuanyuan's personal maid also ran over. She bowed to Song Qingshu and said, Emperor's son-in-law, our princess invites you to go to my sister's side first. She said that all these years, it has always been my sister who has let her have all the good things first. This time, it is her turn to let you have them. Hearing this, Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did she make it sound like he was a thing? He was clearly not a thing. No, Baba Song Qingshu really didn't expect Zhao Yuanyuan, who had always been willful and arrogant, to be so understanding. At this time, the two maids were already quarreling and pushing Song Qingshu towards each other. Clearly, when they came out, their master had repeatedly reminded them to be afraid that they wouldn't be able to complete their task. Seeing the two girls argue until their faces were red, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Other people were fighting for ownership, but they were pushing each other to have ownership. After listening for a while, Song Qingshu finally couldn't help but clear his throat and separate the two maids. Don't fight, I won't go to either room. Let them come to my room. Ah! The two maids were dumbfounded and couldn't react for a moment. The older maid frowned and said, This isn't appropriate. Song Qingshu glared at her. What's inappropriate? I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The maid couldn't help but take a step back. She was in charge of the royal etiquette. If it was another emperor's son-in-law who was so arrogant, she might have directly slapped him. After all, an ordinary emperor's son-in-law wasn't as glorious as people thought. But who was this person in front of her? He was unparalleled in martial arts and had power in the court. How could she dare to offend him? Song Qingshu waved his hand. Since you've entered my house, you should follow the etiquette of my house. There aren't many rules in my house, and I won't force the two princesses. Everything is up to them. However, he was really worried that the two girls would be too shy and wait for each other. No one dared to take the first step. If that happened, the three monks would really have nothing to eat. So he instructed the two maids, when you go back, tell the princess that I'm dead drunk and in need of care in my room. The two maids blinked their eyes as if they were shocked by his shamelessness. The face of the maid on the side twitched. She thought that the ladies in the capital all dreamed of him. If they knew that he was such a ruffian, she wondered what they would think. By the way, I don't want anyone to say a word about what happened here today. If I hear any rumors, everyone in the yard will be sent to Cliff State. When Song Qingshu said this, he released his great-grandmaster's aura. After releasing the aura of a great-grandmaster, how could these maids and palace maids withstand it? They all felt as if they were about to die. At this time, Cliff State was not the place where it was spring all year round. It was the most remote place in the Song dynasty, full of snakes and insects. Those who were sent there had never been heard of coming back alive. The palace maids trembled and nodded in agreement. Seeing their frightened looks, Song Qingshu felt a little sorry. Today is my big day. Later, everyone can go and get a red packet of 20 taels of silver. Thank you, Emperor's son-in-law. Emperor's son-in-law is so nice. I wish Emperor's son-in-law and the princess a son soon. The maid's worries turned to joy. 20 taels of silver was a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Song Qingshu nodded and returned to his room with a smile. He began to pretend to be drunk. Outside, the two little palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Obviously, they were going through a very intense psychological struggle. However, Song Qingshu's strength and terror were too great a deterrent to them. In the end, the two little palace maids persuaded each other. Since they were going to be a family, and the two princesses couldn't push things around, they sold their master at the same time. Zhao Yuanyuan learned that Song Qingshu was very drunk. When she went over, she found that her sister Zhao Huer was already there. It turned out that she was very careful. At first, she was worried that it would be inappropriate to come like this. Later, she hesitated for a while and finally came to see him because she was worried about her lover. Unlike Zhao Huer, who was careless and didn't think about other things, she came directly when she heard the news. Seeing Zhao Huer clumsily wringing the towel, Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't help but smile. Let me do it. Brother Song will be fine, right? Seeing that Song Qingshu was sleeping like a dead pig, Zhao Huan could not help but feel a little flustered. She had heard people say that it was easy to die if one was too drunk, and even a perfected golden immortal would not be able to save them. Although she knew that the possibility was very low, she was still nervous. I don't know which bastard is forcing Brother Song to drink. Send someone to investigate tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll ask the Emperor to banish them to Cliff State, Zhao Hue said angrily. Nonsense again. Zhao Yuanyuan looked at her sister reproachfully. Which family doesn't drink a lot of wine when they get married? As if reminded, Song Qinshu, who was sleeping on the bed, turned over and grabbed randomly as if to grab a non-existent wine cup. Wine, I want to drink. You still want to drink? Zhao Hue curled her lips. Now we can't even drink the nuptial wine. The wedding night was a day that every girl looked forward to, and the nuptial wine was the last ceremony of the wedding. Without it, the girls inevitably felt a little disappointed. I'm talking about drinking the nuptial wine. The two girls felt their bodies suddenly being hugged by someone. Then, they heard a teasing voice. The two girls were startled and instinctively jumped up. After seeing that it was Song Qinshu, they heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Song, you're not drunk? Song Qinshu said with a smile. I drank a lot today, so I'm a little drunk. At this point, Zhao Yuanyuan still didn't understand. Her face blushed. You deliberately tricked us here. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2070. Song Qinshu smiled slyly like a fox. If I didn't do this, you wouldn't have the nerve to come here. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed and stood up to leave. Zhao Huan didn't want to leave, but seeing her sister stand up, she was too embarrassed to stay and could only stand up. Song Qinshu was anxious and immediately grabbed their hand. Hey, you're already here. Why are you leaving now? Zhao Yuanyuan lowered her head and blushed. It's not polite. Seeing Zhao Huan chiming in, Song Qinshu couldn't help but say, It's not like we haven't done this before. What's wrong with it? The two girls could not help but recall the thrilling experience in the Jin Kingdom's palace. They had put on a show in order to overthrow the crown prince and Wei Wang. Thinking of the erotic process, even Zhao Huan who had a carefree personality, could not help but blush. That's different. Zhao Yuanyuan thought for a long time and finally came up with a reason that wasn't really a reason. How is it different? Song Qinshu looked at her teasingly. Anyway, it's different. Zhao Yuanyuan didn't know what to say, and her face was almost red. Zhao Huan also whispered, Brother Song, this is really not good. Song Qinshu didn't think it was a big deal at first, but when he saw the two girls persevering with an awkward expression, he suddenly realized that he couldn't let them bear the criticism they didn't deserve just because he wanted to enjoy himself. Moreover, today was their big day, and he didn't want to leave them the slightest bit unhappy. Thinking of this, he didn't insist anymore and finally let go of the two girls. Okay, you go back to your room first. I'll find you. You go to Huan first. Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly ran out. When she returned to her room, she felt her heart pounding. She quickly poured a glass of water and drank a mouthful. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone opening the door. She was startled and hurriedly sat on the bed, picking up the fan to cover her face again. Seeing her panic, Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. Don't be afraid, it's me, he said as he closed the door. Zhao Yuanyuan vaguely saw him through the fan and couldn't help but ask, Didn't you go to Hu-er's place? Why, Song Qinshu walked over with a smile and said, It was Hu-er who asked me to come over to your side first. He walked over to the bedside and took the fan from her hand, revealing a young girl's extremely shy and pretty face. Zhao Yuanyuan's heart, she was so nervous that she subconsciously wanted to grab the fan beside her. However, she suddenly realized that the fan was used to cover a woman's embarrassment when she got married. After the husband took it off in the bridal chamber, there was no reason for her to pick it up again. She could only nervously twist the corner of her clothes. Thinking that this was the most important moment in her life, she was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. Although usually seems careless, she has a delicate side to her. Song Qingshu sat down beside her. She told me that you usually take care of her and give in to her in everything. Now, it's her turn to give in to you. Besides, she's not giving in to her husband. She's just asking me to go to her place later. I feel even more guilty when she says that, Zhao Yuanyuan said with a frown. We're all family. Why are you still fussing over this? Song Qingshu was worried that the two of them would push each other and end up making the atmosphere cold. He got up and walked to the table. The nuptial wine had already been prepared. He poured a cup and handed it to Zhao Yuanyuan. Wife, it's time to drink the nuptial wine. Yes, husband. Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip and didn't refute in the end. She took the nuptial wine. Throughout the whole process, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Hearing the word, husband, from her soft voice, Song Qingshu suddenly felt some interference in his throat. Zhao Yuanyuan had always been the gentle and quiet type. At this time, her voice was full of shyness and love. It was really too sweet. The girl's lips still had water stains from the nuptial wine. Under the candlelight, she looked particularly dazzling and alluring. Song Qingshu couldn't help but kiss her. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes widened and her body instantly froze. Her hands tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, not knowing where to put it. However, thinking that the other was already her husband, she slowly closed her eyes. Only her slightly trembling eyelashes showed that her mood at this time was not so calm. Feeling the girl's body soften, Song Qingshu gently pulled her into his arms and enjoyed the girl's sweet and charming youthful aura. Song Qingshu was very experienced. Zhao Yuanyuan had never seen such a method of flirting with a lady. Not long after, her breathing became rapid and her emotions surged. Her whole body was completely controlled by the other. She didn't know when, but her whole body was lying on the brocade quilt. The clothes on her body gradually decreased. She knew what was coming and didn't dare to open her eyes. Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan's nervous appearance, Song Qingshu didn't force her to open her eyes. Instead, he quietly enjoyed it. A girl's tenderness and shyness was one of the most charming scenery in the world. Compared to the maturity and passion of a young married woman, it could be said that the plum blossoms were like orchids. Bamboo and chrysanthemum each had their own advantages, and both were things that men could not refuse. Feeling the weight of the man on her body, Zhao Yuanyuan knew that the most important moment was coming. She wanted her lover to extinguish the red candles in the room, but she was too shy to say anything. The only thing she could do was to obediently open her body and gently welcome the arrival of her husband. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yuanyuan pushed the man beside her. Husband, you should go to her. Her voice was very soft and trembling. It seemed to be mixed with a bit of pain, but it was more sweet. The room kept ringing with her soft pleading and urging. Okay, I'll go. Song Qingshu reluctantly got up from the bed. From the beginning, Zhao Yuanyuan had been urging him, but now he finally couldn't refuse. Wait a minute, a snow-white arm stretched out from under the red quilt and pulled him back. Although Zhao Yuanyuan was extremely tired, she still got up and helped him put on his clothes. Put on your clothes. If you go over like this, it'll be like… What will it look like? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, I'm going to take off my clothes soon. Why bother? Zhao Yuanyuan wrapped the quilt in front of her body. However, this was to help him put on his clothes, so the quilt inevitably slipped because of her movement. Her dazzling white skin was reflected by the red mandarin duck quilt. It was really pitiful. Husband, don't play around. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed and pushed his mischievous hand away. Every girl looks forward to their wedding night. If you go there with your clothes in such a disheveled state, even if little sister doesn't say anything, it's inevitable that she'll be disappointed. Song Qingshu was stunned. He realized that what she said made sense, so he stopped touching her and started to put on his clothes seriously. Soon, he looked exactly the same as before he entered the room. He even put on the groom's hat. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction. It's finally about time. Go to Sister Hu Er's place. Song Qingshu hugged her lightly and kissed her forehead. I'll be back in a while. Zhao Yuanyuan's gentleness just now was really lingering. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed and said hurriedly, Don't come back. Stay with your sister later. Song Qingshu knew that she was embarrassed and was always thinking of his sister. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. We'll see how it goes later. I'll go over first. Zhao Yuanyuan didn't know if it was because she was shy or something else, but she got back under the blanket and only responded in a small voice. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2071. Song Qingshu came to the other room. After entering the door, he saw Zhao Huer sitting on the bed with her eyes half closed. Her body swayed from time to time, making the people around her worried that she would fall to the ground. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. This girl was really careless. She actually fell asleep on her wedding night. Although she had waited for him for half the night, if it was Zhao Yuanyuan, who was meticulous, she would definitely be full of all kinds of thoughts at this time. How could she fall asleep? He stopped the maid from waking her up and motioned her to go out first. The little maid blushed and smiled as she closed the door for the two of them. She came to the bed and sat down. At such a close distance, Zhao Huer's fair skin looked even more delicate, exuding the youth and beauty of a young girl. Song Qingshu's heart was full of pity for making her wait for half the night. At this time, Zhao Huer's body swayed and she lost her balance. He hurriedly hugged her from the side. His movements were very gentle, for fear of waking her up. If it was any other time, Zhao Huer might have fallen asleep, but today was her wedding night. No matter how careless she would not really fall asleep. She felt her body move and subconsciously woke up. When she found herself lying in the arms of a man, she could not help but be shocked and almost cried out. It was not until she saw the other person's face that she breathed a sigh of relief. Did I scare you? The change in the other person's expression did not escape Song Qingshu. Zhao Huer sat up straight and subconsciously wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth. I accidentally fell asleep. I made a fool of myself in front of you. You are married, but you still speak so politely. Song Qingshu noticed that she was nervously tidying up her clothes and seemed to be worried about her makeup. He could not help but smile and hold her hand. Don't worry, you are very beautiful now. Really? Zhao Huer blushed and lowered her head, embarrassed to look at him. Her little hands were very soft, and coupled with the infinite shyness of a young girl, Song Qingshu's heart seemed to be teased by a pair of invisible hands. His heart was a little hot, but he also knew that he could not leave any regrets for her. My wife, it's time to drink the nuptial wine. Zhao Huan, who had always been carefree, was like a shy quail when she heard the other party's greeting. She only responded softly. After drinking the nuptial wine, Song Qingshu lowered his head to kiss her lip. Zhao Huan seemed to know what was coming, and her small hands tightly grasped his clothes. Song Qingshu was already having a hard time over there. At this time, he was hugging the soft body of a young girl who was full of love for him and tasting her sweet lips. He only felt that his whole body was extremely swollen. How could he still endure it? He casually put down the curtain beside the bed, and the two figures slowly fell onto the bed. There was only the sound of the red candle burning in the room, mixed with the soft whispers of a young girl from time to time. Go to my sister's side. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Huan's shy voice came from under the red quilt. The young girl's cheeks were still faintly visible with tears, but there was not the slightest sadness, only satisfaction and happiness. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. You two really have telepathy. Just now, Yuanyuan kept driving me over to your side, and now you keep driving me over to her side. So I'm so unpopular. No, Zhao Huan hurriedly said. I just don't want my sister to be sad alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll be sad? Song Qingshu said gloomily. Just now I was also in a dilemma, and now I'm in a dilemma because of your teasing. It's really uncomfortable. Zhao Huan-er's cheeks blushed. Thinking of the charm just now, for a moment she also felt a little reluctant. Seeing that she had acquiesced, Song Qingshu smiled and went back under the quilt. Zhao Huan-er raised her head slightly, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. She bit her red lips and subconsciously closed her eyes tightly. Between her brows, there was an expression that could not be determined whether it was pain or happiness. After a long time, Zhao Huan-er lay in her lover's arms, unable to summon any strength. Husband, I can't be so selfish. You really should go to my sister's side. Otherwise, she'll be so lonely and sad. Song Qingshu had a headache. I don't want to be chased over by her again later. He thought of staying in this room for a while, and then in another room for a while. There was no time for a good night's rest. But Zhao Huan-er frowned. Obviously, she did not want her sister to be sad. Song Qingshu suddenly moved closer to her ear and whispered softly. Zhao Huan-er's face instantly turned red. How can you do that? Why not? Song Qingshu kept trying to persuade her. Anyway, the ceremony has just ended. There are no regrets for each of you. But how are we going to meet people tomorrow? Zhao Huan-er turned around, leaving only her smooth and white back facing him. Hearing that her tone had softened, Song Qingshu moved closer and said, You are only worried about being seen by the people in the palace. When the time comes, there will be some rumors, so I did not force you. I asked you to go back to your rooms and stop other people from talking. It is already late at night, and there are not many people outside. Moreover, with my martial arts, I can guarantee that no one will find out. Zhao Huan-er blinked. It was unknown whether she was thinking seriously or thinking about how to refuse. No matter which one of you is left alone on your wedding night, I will not go. That is why I have no choice but to do this. Song Qingshu continued to persuade her. Zhao Huan-er blushed and spat. I am not a fool. How can I not know what my husband is thinking? Song Qingshu's expression was a little embarrassed when his thoughts were directly exposed. Zhao Huan-er bit her lip and finally made up her mind. You have to send me back before dawn. Otherwise, if the servants see us, we really won't be able to live. Okay. Song Qingshu could not help but be overjoyed. He wrapped the quilt around her and hugged her in his arms. He even used imminent skyline to go to the other room. Husband, why are you here again? Hearing the noise in the room, Zhao Yuan asked softly. She tried to get up, but her body was very tired. Song Qingshu replied as he closed the door, I don't want you to spend your wedding night alone. But what about Huan-er if you come here? Zhao Yuan asked anxiously. At this time, Song Qingshu had already come to the bedside. So I brought her here. Wrapped in the quilt, only her head was exposed. Zhao Huan-er blushed and called out timidly, Sister, ah? Zhao Yuan exclaimed. She was half awakened from her drowsiness and hurriedly sat up. Aren't you two making trouble? There are many people in the palace. Once this gets out, not only will the royal family lose face, but you will also be impeached by the censor. She had always been gentle, but now she was unprecedentedly serious. Song Qingshu put Zhao Huan-er down and gently comforted her. Don't worry, no one will see. I will quietly send Huan-er back before dawn. Seeing that she still wanted to say something, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, I just don't want any of you to spend the night alone. Don't worry, I will only sleep and do nothing else. Zhao Yuan bit her lip and sighed after a long time. I am really afraid of you. Chapter 2072. Early the next morning, Song Qingshu walked out of his room feeling refreshed. As for whether he kept his promise last night and only slept, only they knew. Good morning, Lord Prince Consort. The palace maids bowed to him one after another. After they left, they whispered to each other, Lord Prince Consort's stamina is really good. Last night he went to the two princesses' rooms, but he got up so early today as if nothing had happened. You little hussy, your face is so red. You must be in love. Lord Prince Consort is an immortal from heaven. How would I dare to have any improper thoughts? Hearing the indistinct voices coming from behind, Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. He did not expect that one day he could become so popular. Coming to the government hall to handle official business, the ministers were all surprised that he had gotten up so early to handle official business. They all congratulated him and admired him. After finishing his official business, Song Qingshu suddenly received a letter from Prince Qi's mansion, learning that the group of guards sent by Golden Snake Camp had arrived in Linen. He could not help but be overjoyed and ran to discuss it with Wang Ziding. Wang Ziding did not refuse and quickly arranged official positions for these people, putting them in charge of Zhao Guo's close defense. Then he quietly pulled Song Qingshu and said, "Qingshu, you should also know that the Imperial Palace Guards were originally my territory. Now I readily agreed to let your people be placed here. First, we are in the same boat now and must unite to fight against other forces. Second, it is mainly for Yuyan's sake. Anyway, sooner or later we will be family, so there is no need to regard me as an outsider." Song Qingshu echoed and said to himself, "With the close relationship between me and Li Qingluo, we can actually be considered family now." Wang Ziding changed the topic and began to ask about the date of his wedding with Wang Yuyan, making Song Qingshu flustered. "I have just married the princess. If I marry Yuyan at this time, it will be unavoidable to be criticized, and it will also make her feel wronged." Song Qingshu racked his brains and finally gave up on the idea for the time being. After parting ways, Song Qingshu secretly thought that Li Qingluo had told a white lie in order to prevent the two sides from fighting each other on the Wutang Mountain, and now it was really a little difficult to clean up. If he told the truth, it was hard to guarantee that Wang Ziding wouldn't fall out with him. Even if he endured it, the two sides would no longer have the basis for cooperation. In the future, their cooperation would definitely not be as close as it was now. During this period of time, everyone in Lin An was an enemy. He did not want to turn his only ally, the Wang family, into an enemy. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of a solution that could satisfy both sides. At present, he could only use the delaying tactic. Another piece of good news came in the afternoon. The people from the Vulture Palace had arrived as well. Song Qingshu's tense nerves finally relaxed. With this group of people and the guards of the Golden Snake Camp, he could finally completely control the Imperial Palace. After being led into the palace, the 4 personal maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, looked around curiously. "Wow, is this the Imperial Palace?" "What? It's not much bigger than the Spirit Vulture Palace. And the scenery is far worse than that of the Vulture Palace. Yes, this Imperial Garden is too small. There are so many Imperial concubines in such a small garden. You can see them all the time." Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought, this is the Imperial Palace. Doesn't the Imperial Palace care about its reputation? Well, don't make a big fuss. Otherwise, people will laugh at us. Song Qingshu was a little guilty. He always had a feeling of bringing a group of bumpkins into the city. The maids pulled out half of the swords in their hands and snorted, "If anyone dares to laugh at us, we will kill them with a sword." Song Qingshu put his hand on his forehead and felt very tired. This group of people were used to being lawless in the Vulture Palace. After all, they were the local snakes there. Every time people from the 36 islands and 72 caves came up to the mountain, they would be in fear and trepidation. They often killed them and took their lives. Naturally, their temperament was a little wild. "You don't even listen to me?" Song Qingshu said with a straight face. Seeing that he was really angry, the maids immediately became quiet. They quickly bowed respectfully and said, "We don't dare." Song Qingshu nodded and continued, "This is the Imperial Palace. If you make a mistake, not only will your lives be in danger, it will also give me something to talk about. When that time comes, who knows how many people in the imperial court will take the opportunity to attack me." Although the maids did not care about the words "life in danger," they still understood that it would bring trouble to their honorable lord. They quickly nodded. Song Qingshu had a headache. He thought that he had miscalculated before. It would not be easy to let these arrogant women learn the rules of the imperial palace. Fortunately, Granny Yu and the other experienced people came with them. They quickly scolded Mei, Lan, Zhu, and began to restrain them. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. Although Granny Yu was not famous in Jianghu, her martial arts were extremely high. She had once fought with Xian Ci of Shaolin Temple. Xian Ci, who only used 50% of his inner force, was no match for her. Therefore, Granny Yu was at least 70 to 80% of Xian Ci's level. She could completely be compared to the imperial weapons in the imperial palace. Among the 9 divisions of the Vulture Palace, Granny Yu was the leader of the Haotian division. Although the leaders of the other divisions were slightly inferior, they were not far behind. Each of the other disciples also had extraordinary martial art. The key was that they could be arranged in the imperial harem as palace maids. With this new force, Song Qingshu could finally rest assured. Next, he spent a few days familiarizing the people of the Vulture Palace with the situation in the imperial palace. Then, he asked them to find the little maids in Concubine Jia's palace and report that Concubine Jia had harmed Concubine Wu. In the past, there was a rumor that Concubine Wu had died suddenly in the imperial harem. Everyone was deeply suspicious of this, but the water in the imperial harem had always been deep. No one was stupid enough to get involved. However, everyone suspected Concubine Jia, who had always been at odds with Concubine Wu. Now that they heard this news, they all felt that it was as they had expected. With the palace maids testifying and the sudden appearance of Concubine Wu, the victim, it could be said that the evidence was irrefutable. Now that Jia Shidao was dead, Concubine Jia was alone and helpless. In addition, there had been assassins in the Chongqing Palace. The Crown Prince and his people also suspected that she was behind this, so they did not do anything. Shi Miuan and Xueji wanted to help, but they could not reach into the imperial harem. In addition, there was too much evidence, so they waited over and over again and finally did not intervene. In the end, the emperor decreed that Concubine Jia was banished to the Cold Palace, and Concubine Wu became the most favored concubine in the imperial harem again. Then, Song Qingshu secretly recruited the Golden Snake Battalion to guard the capital with Zhao Guo's order. In order to cover it up, Song Qingshu let the troops of the Golden Snake Battalion bypass the Jianghuai defense line of the southern Song dynasty and go by sea. Then, they landed near Shanin. Shanin was the territory of the Lu family, and Lu Guanying was there to meet them. So, it was not until the troops entered the city of Lin, and that other people came to their senses. Song Qingshu was the nominal leader of the imperial court. The troops entering the capital had become a fait accompli. All the forces had to accept their fate and temporarily put off the action against Song Qingshu. Shi Miuan and Xueji had a private meeting. In the end, they could not help but sigh. Song Qingshu is going to follow the story of Dong Zhuo and Ho Jing. Chapter 2073. With the support of the army, Song Qingshu began a full-scale counterattack. First, he purged the remnants of Prince Yi's party. A series of officials involved in Prince Yi's rebellion were purged. Because Prince Yi had always been close to the 4 families, many officials from the Jia family, the Shi family, and the Shui family were also involved. Of course, Song Qingshu still left some leeway. He did not touch the people in the core circle of these families, lest they fought to the death. Even so, many branches were purged and a large number of positions were vacant. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to promote the old officials of the Han family. Of course, in order to avoid the same mistakes as Han Xingzhou, he followed Li Shouzhong's suggestion to recommend the talents and wantonly roped in people from the Jianshan Academy. First, the ban on learning was lifted. Zhao Ryu and LV Zuqian, who were dismissed when Han Xingzhou was in power, were reinstated. He also conferred posthumous titles on Zhu Xi. He summoned Lin Dazhong, Lu Yu, and 15 other old officials to the court. He promoted many Confucian scholars, such as Yang Jian and Li Xinchuan. Even Zhen Dexiu and Wei Liaoweng, who had once impeached him, were rewarded and promoted. Then, Zhu Xi, Zhou Dunyi, Qing Hao, Qing Yi, and Zhang Zai, who did not meet the conditions of posthumous titles, were given posthumous titles of Wen, Yuan, Chun, Zheng, and Ming respectively. As a result, even though Song Qingshu had married 2 princesses at the same time, and his actions of using troops to strengthen himself went against the principles of rationalism, the school of rationalism enjoyed unprecedented treatment and had a much better impression of him. Even though there were still some great Confucian scholars who frequently impeached him, they were in the minority. He had successfully won the friendship of most people in Jianshan Academy. Of course, in addition to this, Song Qingshu spent a lot of energy on controlling the army. Now he controlled the emperor and held the Tiger Seal. At the same time, he was also the Pingzhong military affairs and had the authority to mobilize troops. According to the system of the Song dynasty, in theory, the army would listen to him. But there were some changes in the power structure of the Song dynasty in this world. The 4 families were too deeply rooted. Many people in the army were their disciples. If something really happened, he might not be able to mobilize the army. Coming from the later generations, he deeply understood that political power came from the barrel of a gun, so he attached great importance to it. Fortunately, Han Xingzhou's influence in the army was quite large, and with these people as his team, it would be much easier for him to rebuild the system. Luo Ryuan, Yang Ming, Zhang Xing, Hua Yu, and the others, who used to be the core of the Japanese army, had also been transferred back by him from the Golden Snake Camp. Although they had committed a serious crime of assassinating Jia Sherdao was dead, and he was the head of the imperial court, so it wasn't too difficult for him to find a reason to clear their names. These people had a wide network in the army and were familiar with Han Xingzhou's former team. With their help, Song Qingshu quickly gained control of the army near the capital. In addition, Gao De, Xiang Shibi, and the others had defected previously, and Sichuan was originally under his control. Now he was finally no longer as worried as before, and the situation in the southern Song dynasty had temporarily stabilized. Of course, the influence of Shi Miyuan, Xueji, and the remaining forces of the Jia family in the army couldn't be underestimated. In a short time, Song Qingshu couldn't control all the army, but at least he could ensure that they couldn't use the army to eliminate the emperor's side openly. Ren Yingying had also been taken to the palace. During this time, he needed to train her to learn his behavior habits, voice, and so on. At the same time, he also let her get in touch with the confidants he had promoted in the imperial court during this time. Song Qingshu originally didn't think that it would be so troublesome, but he was very clear that the peace in Lin and was based on his personal strength and prestige. If everyone knew that he had left Lin Nan, all parties would definitely take action, and Ren Yingying might not be able to suppress it alone. Maybe the team he had worked hard to build during this time might also change side. Therefore, he could only let Ren Yingying disguise herself as him and stay in the capital. In Lin An, no one was more suitable than her. Whether it was Chun Yuan or Li Qingluo, they all had their own shortcomings, so Song Qingshu dared not easily hand over this place to them. As for Ah Ku, Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Huan he didn't even consider them. Only Ren Yingying was the most trustworthy, smart, and astute. The key was that she used to be the superior saint nun and had a natural temperament of a superior. In addition, she was in charge of Prince Qi's mansion some time ago, so she had accumulated a certain amount of experience and prestige. Moreover, Ren Yingying had the power of the Sun-Moon sect behind her. Although the members of the Sun-Moon sect were mixed, they did have a large number of talent. In addition, Song Qingshu was worried that after he left the palace, there would not be enough force to suppress them. After all, the Shi family still had the imperial preceptor, Shi Hao, and the Shui family also had the sword god Shui. No matter who they were, the masters of the Vulture Palace and the Golden Snake Camp alone might not be able to stop them. As for Li Qingluo, the relationship between them was very subtle. They were said to be lovers, but their relationship seemed to be a little off. If they were simply friends with benefits, they seemed to have made a lot of feelings for each other. Because she had a certain degree of independence, it was impossible for her to stay in the palace all day to assist Ren Yingying. Moreover, she might not be a match for Shi Hao, Shui Yi, and the others by herself. Song Qingshu originally had a headache, but in the end, Ren Yingying solved the problem. It turned out that Ren Wuxing was worried about his daughter and came to visit her, so she took the opportunity to stay here as a bodyguard, solving the problem of the lack of high-end martial forces in the palace. These years, the cooperation between Song Qingshu and Ren Wuxing went deep into many aspects. In addition, the Prince of Qi's team in Lin and was basically formed by the people of the Sun-Moon sect, so the relationship between the two parties had become the closest of allies. There was no harm in revealing some appropriate secrets to him. Originally, Ren Wuxing was very unhappy when he came to Lin and, after all, Ren Yingying was his only daughter. In the end, his son-in-law was a womanizer who married two princesses in front of his daughter. Ren Wuxing even considered teaching this son-in-law a good lesson, but after considering the difference in strength between them, he instantly gave up the idea. However, the dissatisfaction in his heart remained until he came to Lin and found out that the other party had actually controlled an entire country. Ren Wuxing originally had a great desire for power, otherwise he wouldn't have plotted to unify the martial arts world. However, after he came to Lin, he found that his son-in-law was only one step away from becoming the emperor. Instantly, he felt that the martial arts world was just a small fight. Before, no matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, he was a bit indignant for his daughter. However, once he knew that the other party could really become the emperor, all the dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. Being an imperial concubine or even an empress would make him much more glorious than being a concubine. Therefore, when he heard his daughter's request, he readily agreed and even handled the government affairs more actively than Ren Yingying. After arranging everything after he left, Song Qingshu knew that it was time to go to Xixia to find a spouse. However, he was faced with a problem now. Ren Yingying disguised herself as him and stayed in Lin and so he couldn't show up in public. Of course, for Xixia, they couldn't publicly marry a man who had many wives. Therefore, it was not too big a problem for Song Qingshu to not use his identity. However, this created a problem. That was, with what identity should he participate in the marriage selection in Xixia? After all, Li Qinglu was already his woman. He didn't want her to really be taken by another man. Even if he secretly manipulated the selection process to prevent the Mongolian prince from succeeding, there would still be a winner in the end. Therefore, after thinking about it for a long time, he could only become a candidate for the marriage selection in order to ensure that he could win the beauty. To enter the marriage selection in Xixia, the candidates were either princes or magnates. Moreover, Song Qingshu couldn't use his own identity, which gave him a great headache. Finally, Li Qingluo's proposal made him suddenly see the light. That was to pretend to be Jia Baoyu. First of all, Jia Baoyu was dead. Only he and Zhou Zhiruan knew about it. Everyone else only knew that Jia Baoyu was missing. Second, he had once pretended to be Jia Baoyu, so it was not difficult for him to resume his old business. Jia Baoyu's identity was noble, so he was indeed qualified to participate in the marriage selection in Xixia. Most importantly, after Jia Shidao died, Jia Baoyu was theoretically the heir of the Jia family. The huge Jia's group had been silent during this time. After all, it was like a group of dragons without a leader, so they had to stay dormant for a while. However, this didn't mean that the crisis had been eliminated. Sooner or later, these people would break out. Once Jia Baoyu returned to the Jia family as the heir, he would naturally be able to call on his trusted subordinates who were still loyal to Jia Shidao. People of the Jia's group, hiding everywhere, would surround him. Shi Miuan and Shui Ji might want to cooperate with him if they wanted to do anything. In this way, Song Qingshu could know the enemy's overall plan in advance. At that time, it would be difficult for him to lose. It suddenly feels a little sinister. Looking at the smile on the face of the playboy in the mirror, Song Qingshu couldn't help but complain. After all, it would take a few days to prepare after returning to the Jia family. It was impossible to immediately set off to Xixia for the marriage selection. Therefore, after making this plan, Song Qingshu immediately disguised himself as Jia Baoyu so that he could set off to Xixia as soon as possible. When Song Qingshu appeared at the gate of the Jia family, the gatekeeper looked at him incredulously. Then, he ran back to the family like a madman to report, "Second Master Bao is back. Second Master Bao is back." The entire Rongwa mansion and the Ningguo mansion next to it were all boiling. During this time, it could be said that the Jia family had experienced a transformation from heaven to hell. Several family masters had died on Wutang Mountain, and Jia Fei had been deposed to the Cold Palace. Although the Jia family's glory was not reduced in name, everyone felt like a building was about to collapse. Jia Shidao was not the only one who died on Wutang Mountain. Jia Jing and Jia Shi, the most important men in the mansion, had also died. Now, the Rongwa mansion and the Ningguo mansion had more women than men. The remaining branches were also fighting openly and secretly for the position of the family master. Now that Jia Baoyu, the most legitimate heir, had returned, it was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone in the Jia family. The madams and maids of the branches all came out to see her. The previously lifeless Jia family was instantly revitalized. Looking at the courtyard full of women, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look weird because he thought of Li Qingluo's suggestion. The reason why the four families are so difficult to deal with is that they have been united over the years. If you can break up their relationship, it will be easy for you to defeat them one by one. There are the madams and ladies of several families in the Grand View Garden. If you use Jia Baoyu's identity to do something, you can probably make several families turn against each other. Chapter 2074. Song Qingshu shook his head and banished this thought from his mind. He thought that Li Qingluo was indeed the Holy Mother of the White Lotus Society, and she was also from the Carefree sect. There was always some evil in her, and this move of hers was really too vicious. However, he had to admit that her idea was very targeted. If it was carried out, it would be a piece of cake to divide the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families. But it's too despicable. Song Qingshu couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Second Master Bao, it really is Second Master Bao. A few pretty maids ran over. When they saw him, they all burst into tears. Song Qingshu had pretended to be Jia Baoyu once, so he naturally recognized them as his maids. Shiren, Qingwen, Xia, and Qiuwen. A few maidservants were chattering and jumping around him. Song Qingshu answered their questions one by one, not revealing any flaws. "My darling, where did you run off to?" Not long after, an old lady ran over. Before she even reached him, she opened her arms to hug him. Song Qingshu knew that she was Mrs. Jia, who loved Jia Baoyu the most. He quickly went up to her and held her. "Ancestor, don't fall." Mrs. Jia hugged him tightly and called out to him as if she was her darling. Noticing her tears and feeling her sincere concern, Song Qingshu sighed. If she knew that Jia Baoyu had died a long time ago, and that her son, Jia Shidao, had died because of him, He wondered if she would break down. After all, she was an innocent old lady. Song Qingshu secretly made up his mind not to let her know the truth and continue to live happily as before. Where have you been all this time? Everyone has been so worried. Mrs. Wang was also a little emotional, but she couldn't help but scold him. What do you mean by dead? It's inauspicious. Mrs. Jia turned around and glared at her. You're right, Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang sighed and looked a little worried. It's a long story. Song Qingshu swept his gaze around. The people in the Jia residence all appeared to be extremely happy on the surface. However, with his experience, how could he not distinguish the complicated emotions contained in some people's eyes? It seems that not everyone in the Jia residence welcomes Jia Baoyu's return, Song Qingshu thought to himself. Let's go. Come to my place and tell me slowly. Mrs. Jia dragged him to her yard. The others had many questions, but they didn't dare to fight with the old lady. So they could only watch them leave. When they arrived at Mrs. Jia's yard, Song Qingshu told them the reason he had already thought of. I was captured by the Mongolians, and I finally found a chance to escape. Hearing this, Lady Jia's heart jumped. She could not help cursing. Why did those damned Mongolian Tartars capture you? Maybe he wants to use me as a hostage, Song Qingshu replied. Our family has been through a lot in the past 2 years. We finally waited for you to come back, but your father is gone. Mrs. Jia was sad and kept wiping her tears. Her daughters-in-law, young ladies, and maids tried to comfort her. What happened to my father? Song Qingshu acted as if he didn't know what had happened to Jia Sherdao. Your father tried to protect the emperor in Wutang Mountain, but he was. Mrs. Jia cried, and the other old and weak women and children in the room also cried. Song Qingshu also put himself in the shoes of the real Jia Baoyu, thinking about how the real Jia Baoyu would react as he imitated it. Everyone in the house cried for a long time, but Mrs. Jia was the first to sober up. You must have suffered a lot during this period of turmoil. Shiren, take Baoyu back to the Yihong courtyard to freshen up, change your clothes, and wash away the bad luck on your body. Then we'll eat together. Yes, old lady. Shiren and the others bowed and came to Song Qingshu. I'll come back later to pay my respects to the ancestor. Song Qingshu also stood up and said goodbye. He had to pretend to be someone who had escaped, so his clothes looked a bit ragged. At the same time, he secretly complained about Jia Baoyu's taste. She named her yard Yihong Yard and called herself Mr. Yihong, which sounded like a prostitute and a rapist. After Song Qingshu left, the other ladies talked with Mrs. Jia for a while, and then went back to their rooms. When Wang Shifeng returned to her house, Jiao Yan was already pacing back and forth in the room. Seeing his wife come back, he said, I heard Baoyu is back. I'm afraid the people next door already know that he's back. Wang Shifeng nodded seriously. Are you sure it's him? Jiao Yan asked. I think so. Wang Shifeng wasn't sure. Judging from his appearance and his conversation with the ancestor, I can't see anything wrong with him. Why did he come back at this time? Jiao Yan's expression was a bit fierce. I was about to inherit the title of Ronggua Mansion, but he came back at this time. Wang Shifeng hurriedly opened the door and looked around for a while. Seeing that no one was around, she let out a sigh of relief. After closing the door, she scolded her husband, Are you crazy? If the ancestor heard this, it would be terrible. What are you afraid of? There's nothing left anyway. Jiao Yan was a bit lost. Jia Baoyu has been missing for so long. The ancestor used all his connections, but he couldn't find him. Everyone thought he died outside. Why did he come back safe and sound? In the official announcement, Jia Sherdao died protecting the emperor. In order to reward his behavior, he was posthumously conferred the title of king. Of course, such a title couldn't be inherited, but his title of Duke Ronggua could be passed down. Jia Sherdao's eldest son, Jia Zhu, died many years ago. He only left a widowed wife, Li Wan, and no children. His second son, Jia Baoyu, hadn't married yet, so he didn't have any children. Now that he was missing, Jia Lian naturally became the first heir. But as soon as Jia Baoyu came back, everything was ruined. Wang Shifeng's expression suddenly changed. Do you think the one who came back is fake? Jia Lian instantly became spirited. Fake? Wang Shifeng nodded. That's right. Master has been investigating for so long, but he couldn't find any trace of him. He even suspected that we were the culprit. Doesn't this prove that Master also thinks that Baoyu is no longer alive? Recalling that period of anxiety, Jia Lian gradually came to a realization. That's right, if Master didn't have enough information, he definitely wouldn't have thought that he was dead. Jia Lian suddenly thought of something and suddenly became discouraged. Didn't you just say that he behaved exactly like Baoyu? Wang Shifeng didn't know if she saw hope, but a smile appeared on her gorgeous face. That's only on the surface. The world is so big, and it's not impossible to have exactly the same people. If someone taught him some of Jia Baoyu's habits and various situations in the Jia mansion, it wouldn't be difficult for him to impersonate. Jia Lian instantly became spirited. But how can we prove that he is a fake? Wang Shifeng looked in the direction of the Yihong courtyard. If he impersonates, it's the hardest to fool the people around him. Shiren, that girl, has already eaten the forbidden fruit with Baoyu. Besides, the maids in the Yihong courtyard are the most familiar with him. He can fool the old lady, but he may not be able to fool Shiren and the others. But they are just maids after all. What if they are threatened and don't dare to report him? Jia Lian's mind was unprecedentedly meticulous when it came to his title. Wang Shifeng frowned and suddenly came up with an idea. Then I'll do it myself. You? Looking at his wife's confident look, Jia Lian was puzzled. A blush flashed across Wang Shifeng's face. She explained, I can go to him in private and pretend to have had an affair with him. If the other party is a fake, he will definitely follow my words. At that time, it will naturally prove that he is a fake. It's best to let the old lady and the others see the scene of that person flirting with me. Even if he is real, his reputation will be ruined. That's a great idea. Jia Lian was overjoyed, but after the excitement, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at his beautiful wife suspiciously. Did you really have something with Baoyu before? Chapter 2075. Wang Shifeng's eyes widened as she scolded. I sleep with a bunch of scoundrels every day, and my mind is full of dirty things. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have risked my reputation to do such a despicable thing. In the end, you just had to make yourself a cuckold. Jia Lian was a little afraid of his wife, so he immediately smiled and said, It's my fault. My wife is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. My brother is upright and doesn't lust after women. I, Jia Lian, have never been cuckolded by anyone. Bah! Wang Shifeng was obviously annoyed by her husband's shamelessness. I don't care about other things, but your brother Bao doesn't lust after women. How dare you say that? Hee hee. Jia Lian couldn't help but laugh when he thought of his brother's reputation. But then he suddenly thought of Bao's special hobbies. There were so many lovely girls in the house, but he only touched Shiren. He spent most of his energy looking for married women, looking at his beautiful wife. Jia Lian couldn't help but touch the hat on his head. It should be nothing. When Song Qingshu returned to the Yihong courtyard, he was acting with Shiren, Qingwen, and the other sisters. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he raised his head to look in the direction of the main room. A middle-aged scholar was pacing back and forth in the room, obviously very anxious. Mr. Liao. Shiren and Qingwen obviously recognized him, and they bowed respectfully when they saw him. Liao Yingzhong. Song Qingshu immediately recognized him. He was Jia Shidao's chief advisor. He had been a jinshi in his early years, and the imperial court appointed him as a zhizhou, but he didn't go. Instead, he chose to work for Jia Shidao. The Shi Kai Hall was built by him. On the surface, it was a colorful bookstore, but in fact, it was an intelligence agency with many masters. It had almost all of Jia Shidao's resources. Liao Yingzhong hadn't been with Jia Shidao during the last trip to the Wudong sect. Obviously, he had been left to guard the capital. You can leave now. I have something to say to young master. Liao Yingzhong waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Yes. The reaction of Shiren and Qingwen proved that Liao Yingzhong had a high status in the Jia mansion. He often went in and out of the Jia mansion, so he could absolutely command the servants. Song Qingshu of his heart was in his throat. The most difficult test had come. Liao Yingzhong was Jia Shidao's #1 confidant, and he was also in charge of the intelligence agency. It wouldn't be so easy to fool him. After the others retreated, Liao Yingzhong sized up Song Qingshu coldly without saying a word. Song Qingshu also decided to deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Liao Yingzhong finally spoke. His voice was filled with coldness and killing intent. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my young master? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he had experienced too many storms, so he quickly realized that the other party was probably bluffing him. He hurriedly pretended to be confused and looked at the other party. Mr. Liao, what are you talking about? Liao Yingzhong sneered. You can hide it from the old madam and the others, but you can't hide it from me. The real young master is already dead, so how can you be the young master? Who are you? Song Qingshu's heart sank. He couldn't be this unlucky, could he? Could he be the mastermind behind Jia Baoyu's assassination on the Isle of Heroes? No, that's impossible. Jia Shidao was so cunning that he wouldn't have chosen such a traitor as his top confidant. Even if he really was the mastermind behind the assassination, he wouldn't have known that Jia Baoyu was dead. Back then, only he and Zhou Zhiruo had witnessed the scene. He had even used the corpse-dissolving powder to turn Jia Baoyu into nothingness, leaving no trace of his existence in this world. Without a corpse to confirm, even if the other party was really the mastermind, they would at most know that Jia Baoyu was missing, but they would not be able to confirm his death. After understanding all this, Song Qingshu continued to maintain the previous tone. I'm Baoyu. Mr. Liao, why are you acting weird today? Liao Yingzhong frowned and observed his face carefully, but he couldn't find any flaws. He knew that there were disguise skills in Jianghu, but he had never heard of anyone who could disguise themselves so flawlessly. Even their height and body shape were exactly the same. His doubt was resolved, but he didn't believe it so easily. He asked, Tell me, where have you been? I was caught by the Ruyang mansion. Song Qingshu described how he had met the Mongolian delegation when he left Linnan. He had pretended to be Jia Baoyu and witnessed the whole process. That was why he described some details very clearly. It really was the Ruyang mansion, Liao Yingzhong said with hatred. Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the Ruyang mansion to be the scapegoat was that Jia Shidao had turned the Central Plains upside down. With his power in the court and the intelligence network of the Isle of Heroes, it was impossible for him not to find Jia Baoyu. Therefore, he began to suspect that it was the Mongolian delegation, which was beyond his reach. Before, Jia Shidao had invited Song Qingshu to his mansion for a banquet, and he had revealed his intention to ask for help. After all, Song Qingshu had a good relationship with the Ruyang mansion, and everyone knew it. Of course, on the Wutang Mountain, Jia Shidao had witnessed what Jia Shidao said when he watched Island Master Mu Jia be killed. At the same time, Song Qingshu also suspected that Jia Shidao was behind it. Therefore, he had planned to claim that Jia Shidao had secretly imprisoned him. However, he gave up the idea in the end. After all, Jia Shidao's activities were only in Lin and the Isle of Heroes. It would be easy for Liao Yingzhong to find out where Jia Shidao was imprisoned. In comparison, the Mongolians were far away, and they were far away from Jia Shidao's sphere of influence. Even if Liao Yingzhong wanted to find out, he wouldn't know where to start. Why did the Ruyang mansion arrest you? Liao Yingzhong was a little confused. In his opinion, the Mongolians had arrested Jia Baoyu because they wanted to use the young master to threaten the lord. However, the Mongolians hadn't sent anyone to talk about it recently, so there was no way they could threaten him. So, why did they arrest him for no reason? I don't know. Song Qingshu had thought of a few reasons, but he decided not to say them when it came down to it. When facing an old fox like Liao Yingzhong, it was better to let him think of the reasons himself than to tell him himself. It would be more convincing. Is it to be a pawn in the future? As expected, Liao Yingzhong began to imagine. The Mongolians hadn't officially gone south yet. In the future, when they went against the southern Song dynasty, Jia Baoyu would be a very useful bargaining chip. He could use it to threaten Jia Shidao to cede national interests, but now that his lord was dead, Liao Yingzhong quickly stopped thinking about it. He continued to stare at him and asked, "Since you were imprisoned in the Ruyang mansion, where there are many masters, and it's thousands of miles away from the central plains, how did you escape?" Song Qingshu had already thought of an excuse. "I don't know what's going on either. Something seems to have happened in Ruyang Prince's mansion recently. Everyone in the mansion is in a state of unrest, and the guards are getting fewer and fewer. Later on, I found an opportunity and escape. It seems like they didn't send anyone after me." Zhao Min had rushed back to Mongolia earlier, so it was obvious that something had happened in the Ruyang mansion. It was reasonable for him to contact her like this. Liao Yingzhong nodded slightly. The conflict between the Prince of Ruyang and Temujin has intensified recently. There are rumors that Temujin wants to take away the military power of the Prince of Ruyang. No wonder they don't care about you. Although the power of the Shirkai Hall couldn't reach Mongolia, it wasn't hard to find this information. Song Qingshu was shocked. He had just said it casually. He didn't expect that something had really happened in the Ruyang mansion. He didn't know if Zhao Min was safe there. Chapter 2076. After asking him so many questions, Liao Yingzhong's doubts were mostly gone. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, young master. Now is a special time. I was worried that someone with ulterior motives would pretend to be young master, so I tested you on purpose. If I offended you, please forgive me." Song Qingshu hurriedly helped him up. "Mr. Liao is very thoughtful. I can't even begin to admire you. How can I blame you?" Liao Yingzhong looked at him in surprise. "I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to have grown a lot." Song Qingshu knew that his behavior and habits would inevitably be different from the previous Jia Baoyu, but he had already thought of an excuse. "I was captured by the people of Ruyang Mansion during this period of time, and I went from being a superior person to a prisoner. The huge contrast made me start thinking, and I gradually realized that I was too reckless in the past." Liao Yingzhong couldn't help but sigh. If the Prime Minister was still here, he would be very happy to see you so mature. Song Qingshu also revealed a mournful expression. "It's a pity that he won't be able to return." Liao Yingzhong asked, "Young master, do you know what happened in Wutang Mountain?" Of course, Song Qingshu knew. However, he still answered according to what he had heard in the manor. "Previously, the old mistress told me that the old man had unfortunately sacrificed his life to save the emperor's family. The emperor was kind and generous. He was conferred the title of prince, and was rewarded generously to the Jia clan." Liao Yingzhong's expression changed. Finally, he said, "This is just a story to fool the people. Prime Minister Jia is an outstanding man. Even if he wanted to protect the emperor, he wouldn't risk his life." Song Qingshu pretended not to know and asked, "Are you saying that there is a secret behind his death?" Liao Yingzhong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he got up and looked around at the door. After confirming that there was no one around, he closed the door again and whispered, Young master, what I'm going to say next is a disaster that will lead to the extermination of your family. You must not leak any of it. Song Qingshu pretended to be afraid. You can't even tell the old lady? No. Liao Yingzhong looked at him closely. You can choose now. Listen or not. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and then said, Okay, I want to know the truth. Liao Yingzhong nodded his head in relief. Prime Minister Jia will be very happy to know this in the afterlife. After a pause, he continued, Prime Minister Jia has been planning something big. This matter is too dangerous, so only a few people know about it. In order to prevent the old lady from worrying, I didn't tell her. Then, he briefly explained Jia Shidao's plan. Song Qingshu was obviously shocked. What? He's going to rebel? Liao Yingzhong frowned. Apparently, he found the word rebellion a little harsh. The Jia family's power is now much weaker than before, so we need to seek outside help. Outside help? Song Qingshu was stunned. Liao Yingzhong nodded and said, Previously, the Shi family and the Shui family's factions caused trouble in the court several times. It was obvious that Song Qingshu's appearance had damaged the interests of their two families. In addition, our families have always been on the same side, so they are our natural allies. Song Qingshu frowned and said, However, they have many informants. The true situation of the Battle of Wu Dang may not be hidden from them. When that time comes, it is very likely that they will draw a line between themselves and the Jia family. That is indeed a possibility. Liao Yingzhong was somewhat gratified that Jia Baoyu's eyes were now so sharp that he could find the crux of the matter at a glance. That is why we need young master to take action. Me? Song Qingshu was a little confused. Liao Yingzhong revealed a strange expression and said, If you don't want the Shi family and the Shui family to draw a line between themselves, then you have to make them one family. This is what young master is good at. Sir, please don't keep us guessing. What is going on? The more Song Qingshu listened, the more confused he became. Young master, you have always been good at winning the hearts of girls. It just so happens that the Shi family and the Shui family both have pearls in their palms. If you can win their hearts, there is no need to worry that the two families cannot become one. Liao Yingzhong also felt that it was very strange. He had always prided himself on being knowledgeable, but he did not expect that he would come up with such a bad idea. Song Qingshu's eyes widened. He did not expect that when Li Qingluo had urged him to seduce those young ladies, even Liao Yingzhong had come up with the same idea when he arrived at the Jia family. Of course, there was still a difference between the two people's goals. One was to make him a scumbag and take the opportunity to anger the other two families. The other was to make him win the hearts of the two young ladies and marry them openly. But I like Sister Lin more. Song Qingshu remembered his identity and still had to show his attitude. Liao Yingzhong shook his head and said, If the Prime Minister was still here, young master can marry whoever you like. You don't have to worry too much. But now it is different. You have the family's honor and disgrace on your shoulders, as well as the Prime Minister's unfulfilled wish. You can't do things according to your whims. Although the Lin family is not bad, it is still not as good as the Shi family and the Shui family. Hearing his evaluation, Song Qingshu nodded secretly. Lin Ruhai used to be the salt and iron envoy. Later, Han Xingzhou fell from power. Under Jia Shidao's manipulation, he was now the Minister of Planning, and his status was no lower than that of the Minister of State. The most important problem was that Lin Ruhai had gotten his position because of Jia Shidao. Now that Jia Shidao was dead, his position might not be stable. At the same time, the Lin family was small, and compared to the flourishing Shi family and the Shui family, it was still not as powerful. I understand. Song Qingshu was not the real Jia Baoyu, so he would not hold on to his sister Lin. Seeing that he agreed, Liao Yingzhong liked him even more. He thought that although young master had suffered a lot this time, it might not be a bad thing now. The young lady of the Sure family would have been the best candidate. After all, the Sure family is stronger. But the problem is that the young lady of the Sure family seems to have a fiancé. I'm afraid it will be impossible to get her. Song Qingshu knew that the fiancé he was talking about was Sure Shangyun. Speaking of which, he had a history with Sure Shangyun and Wei Rulan. Liao Yingzhong didn't know that his mind was wandering, so he continued, in comparison, the young lady of the Shui family is easier. But she grew up in a place like the Imperial City Department, so she must be a powerful person. I'm afraid you will have to suffer in the future. Shui Baochai's tender and beautiful face appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. He thought that Liao Yingzhong's evaluation was quite accurate. Although she looked dignified and virtuous on the outside, how could a woman from the Imperial City Department be a simple character? Young master is handsome and naturally liked by women. So if you go all out to pursue her, the possibility of success is still very high. Liao Yingzhong obviously thought that young master would definitely be able to get Shui Baochai. As for Sure Shangyun, it was not impossible. As for Lin Daiyu, it was already in the bag. Song Qingshu wanted to take this opportunity to find out the truth of the Jia family's organization. Oh yes, sir. Who else do we have that we can use? It's better to be prepared. Liao Yingzhong said with some sadness, originally, with the power that the Prime Minister built, there was no need to rely on young master to sell his man. Hearing the words, sell his man, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became very interesting. It's just that after the Prime Minister's death, some people have become disloyal, which led to the internal division of the organization. So we have to trouble young master to rope in the Sure family and the Shui family. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Who else is disloyal? He thought that he could make use of this opportunity to rope in some people. Liao Yingzhong answered, didn't I tell young master that the forces of the Island of Heroes were almost completely wiped out in the Battle of Mount Wudong? Actually, the Island of Heroes still has a few people left. Hearing him mention the Island of Heroes, Song Qingshu instantly became spirited. The Island of Heroes had always been very mysterious. Even he, who had been to the Island of Heroes before, still did not know many things. First is Wu Lu. This person became the commander of the Guangdong Navy with the help of the Prime Minister. In the end, something happened to the Prime Minister, so his attitude became subtle. Liao Yingzhong's voice was cold. It was obvious that he was full of dissatisfaction. Wu Luqi? Song Qingshu nodded to himself. He knew that the other party did not really want to join the Island of Heroes in the first place. This choice was no exception. Liao Yingzhong continued, next is Zhao De and Qian Er. Song Qingshu immediately sat up straight. The most mysterious person of the Island of Heroes was not the second island master of Dragonwood. Instead, it was the two envoys in front of Zhang San and Li Si. It felt like they were very elusive, as if they had never shown their faces. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2077. Qian Er is fine, but Zhaoda is a piece of sh*t. Liao Yingzhong gritted his teeth. He obviously hated Zhaoda to the core. Why? Song Qingshu did not blindly ask who Zhao De Qian Er was. Jia Baoyu had been to the Island of Heroes before, and based on the situation back then, it was not the first or second time. It was very likely that he knew Zhao De Qian Er's identity. If Song Qingshu asked, wouldn't he be exposed? Liao Yingzhong hesitated, then explained, now that the Prime Minister is dead, and you are about to become the master of the Jia family, there are some secrets that I should tell you. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, then continued, the Prime Minister established the Island of Heroes for two reasons. On the one hand, he recruited people with special abilities from the Jianghu, and on the other hand, he recruited the children of some ministers in the court for future events. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Jia Shidao's foresight. He had used the Island of Heroes to tie all the officials and generals in the court to him. No wonder his power had grown so fast that even Zhao Go felt he couldn't stop it, so he had to use the strategy of self-destruction. Of course, in the beginning, he recruited the children of the branch families that weren't valued. Liao Yingzhong smiled bitterly. After all, the direct descendants with a bright future wouldn't participate in this kind of bloodshed. Only the branch families that had never been able to make a name for themselves and were treated poorly would have enough ambition and motivation. Song Qingshu nodded. Although the aristocratic families in this world weren't as powerful as they were in the Wei and Jin dynasties, they still shouldn't be underestimated. A family often had many branches and a large population, but the family's resources were limited. Only the direct descendants had the opportunity to make a name for themselves, and the children of the other families lived in terrible conditions. Seeing that their brothers weren't as capable as they were, but they could inherit the title in the future and have a meteoric rise, many people would feel resentful. Liao Yingzhong continued, Zhao De and Qian Er are the highest in status among these people. Qian Er is the son of Qian Xiangzu, Qian Yun. His motive for joining the Island of Heroes is a bit different from the others. How do I put it? He's a bit of a Buddhist, unlike the others. Buddhist? Then why did he join the Island of Heroes? Song Qingshu was thinking that Qian Xiangzu was the son of Qian Xiangzu. No wonder Qian Xiangzu and Jia Sherdao seemed to have a good relationship in the court. Liao Yingzhong replied, It is very likely that he received his father's permission to join the Isle of Heroes. Perhaps Qian Xiangzu did not want to offend Prime Minister, so he used this opportunity to sell himself to Prime Minister. After all, since the Taizu dynasty, the Qian family has always been neutral, and even a little slippery. If someone told me that he also placed a bet on Han Xingzhou, I wouldn't be surprised. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. In the early years of the northern Song dynasty, the country was strong and powerful. King Qian Ti of Wuyue had to surrender. Perhaps from the perspective of that time, Zhao Kuangyin was the victor, but in reality, it was not necessarily so. The Qian family had always prospered and had many talented descendants. Qian Xiangzu had even become the prime minister of the Song dynasty. What was even more amazing was that even after 1,000 years, when Zhao Kuangyin's descendants had long disappeared and the Song dynasty had become a thing of the past, the Qian family had survived. In later generations, they were still a top-notch noble family and had even produced world-famous legendary figures. To be able to do all of this, the teachings of their family must be extraordinary. At this time, Liao Yingzhong also said, At first, we suspected that Qian Yun had the intention of reviving the Wuyue kingdom, but after some contact, we found that he was not such a person. In the end, Prime Minister and I both believed that he was only sent to the Isle of Heroes by the Qian family to protect himself. Song Qingshu trusted Jia Sherdao and Liao Yingzhong's judgment. People like them had been in contact with each other day and night, so it was impossible for them to be wrong about one person at the same time. On the contrary, Zhao De. Liao Yingzhong sneered and said, He is very ambitious. Song Qingshu thought to himself, Can't you just say it all at once? It's not a crosstalk, and you need me to keep supporting you. However, he was also very curious about it, so even though he was a little dissatisfied, he still said, Why do you say that? By the way, let me remind you, young master. Liao Yingzhong seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Young master has always been a good friend of Queen Beijing, but from now on, you should be more careful and be more vigilant. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. So Liao Yingzhong nodded and said, That's right. Zhao De is the current Queen Beijing, Zhao Shicheng. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. When he and Lu Yu met him and Tang Wan in the Shen Garden, he noticed that they had martial arts, so he had been suspicious. Later, in order to determine the ownership of the military power of Sichuan, the imperial court decided to let Wu Shi and Murong Fu compete in front of the palace. The night before the competition, Queen Beijing invited Wu Shi to the palace and secretly did something to ensure that Morong Fu would win the competition. If Song Qingshu hadn't pretended to be Wu Shi at that time, they would have probably succeeded. No wonder it was Jia Shidao's matter, but Queen Beijing came forward at that time. It turned out that he was Zhao De of the Isle of Heroes. Liao Yingzhong continued to say, after the Prime Minister's accident, I immediately invited him to discuss it, but he kept refusing. I guess he consciously drew a line with us, worried that the Wudang incident would involve him. That's human nature. Song Qingshu thought that Jia Shidao died to protect the emperor, which could only fool the ordinary people, but those well-informed high-level people, who couldn't guess a thing or two. Hearing what he said, Liao Yingzhong was so excited that he slammed the table heavily. If he just wanted to protect himself, it would be fine, but he secretly began to draw the forces that the Prime Minister had painstakingly built up. In addition to me, there are a few very important people under the Prime Minister's command. I, Wang Yinglong, and the palace are the strategists. Pan Wenqing, Ji Ku, Chen Jian, Su Qingsun, and others are the henchmen. Except for Chen Jian, who followed the Prime Minister to the Wudang Mountain and died in the battle, most of the others have been secretly drawn by Zhao De. Only a few are still barely neutral. It's a pity that we suffered heavy losses in the Wudang battle. Otherwise, we would have definitely killed these traitors. Song Qingshu secretly remembered these names in his heart and planned to find a chance to quietly get rid of them in the future. He asked, "What does Queen Beijing want to do by secretly gathering so many forces?" "What else?" Liao Yingzhong sneered. Zhao Shiqing is the son of Emperor Taizong's great-great-grandson, Zhao Zhongming, and the grandnephew of Emperor Renzong's 10th daughter, great elder princess of Qin Lu. Now that the emperor has no heir, as a member of the royal family, he naturally has thoughts about that position. Mr. Liao, later, Madam will invite the young master to have dinner with her. Now there's not much time, and we have to help him wash and change clothes. At this time, Shiren's voice came from outside the door. Liao Yingzhong frowned and finally agreed. Well, I'll leave the young master to you. Then he bowed to Song Qingshu and said, "The young master must be tired after going through so many dangers. Take a good rest today, and we'll talk to the young master tomorrow." Outside the door, Liao Yingzhong pulled Shiren and whispered in her ear, "Miss Hua, I know that you and the young master are very close. Later when you help him bathe and change clothes, check his body carefully." Shiren frowned slightly. "Are you suspicious?" Liao Yingzhong said in a low voice, "Although I've already tested him, I'm not as familiar with the young master as the people in this room. It's better to be careful." Calm. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 2078. Her voice was very light, but Song Qingshu's cultivation could not be hidden from Shiren. Hearing that she asked Shiren to check his body, Song Qingshu could not help but frown. When he pretended to be Jia Baoyu for the first time, he was most afraid of Shiren's maids. They had served Jia Baoyu since he was a child, and were close to him all day long. They were definitely more familiar with Jia Baoyu than Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Jia. In particular, Shiren had already been taken into Jia Baoyu's room, so she couldn't be more familiar with her master's body. Although Song Qingshu had disguised himself like Jia Baoyu and even changed his figure with the clavicle technique in the Nine Sutra, his skin and some details of his body couldn't be the same. Shiren had always been careful, so she would probably find something unusual. In fact, Song Qingshu had faced the same trouble last time, but he had an affair with a concubine soon after he entered the palace. Jia Shidao was so scared that he hurriedly sent him out of Lin, and then he took the opportunity to restore his identity. Jia Baoyu also disappeared from then on, so he naturally didn't need to face the investigation of Shiren and the other maids. Originally, getting rid of Shiren was the simplest method. However, first, it would easily arouse suspicion. Second, it was not in line with Song Qingshu's temperament. He was a person who valued the lives of ordinary people. It was impossible for him to kill an innocent maidservant for his own selfish reasons. While he was thinking, Shirin pushed the door open with a smile and said, "Master, the hot water is ready. I will help you bathe and change your clothes." Song Qingshu replied subconsciously, "No, I can bathe myself." "How can you do that? We have always served you when you bathe." Thinking of what Liao Yingzhong had just said, Shiren's eyes were full of suspicion. "I have been used to being alone for a long time." Song Qingshu quickly found an excuse, but noticed that Shiren was still suspicious. He realized that if he continued to refuse, there would be more and more doubts. It was better to solve it as soon as possible. "Good sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss the feeling of being served by you." Song Qingshu remembered the doubts of the maids when he pretended to be Jia Baoyu for the first time. An idea came to him. He hugged Shiren and kissed her on the cheek. "Well, the fragrance of the rouge is so fragrant." Seeing that he had regained his former lazy look, Shiren was not angry. Instead, she blushed and laughed. "Young master, don't make trouble. The old lady is still waiting for you." Song Qingshu raised his hands. "Then I'll have to trouble you, sister." Shiren spat in a low voice and removed his clothes one by one. However, when only his undergarments were left, she felt that it was inappropriate for her to stay there any longer. "Young master, please enter the bathtub first. I'll go get some new clothes." Song Qingshu was startled for a moment, but then he came to his senses. After all, a big family had its own rules. Moreover, there were other maids present, so Shiren did not dare to be too presumptuous. She still had to follow the family's etiquette. After entering the bathtub, Song Qingshu began to think about all kinds of unexpected situations that he might encounter. Although it was a little troublesome, his state of mind was very calm. With his current experience and cultivation, there was nothing in the world that could make him panic. After a while, Shiren came in with a set of clean clothes and closed the door behind her. Song Qingshu looked around her. "Hey, why did you come in alone?" Shiren smiled unnaturally. "They have other things to prepare." Song Qingshu did not say anything more, but he was very clear in his heart. It was probably because Shiren said that he might be a fake, so those girls naturally did not dare to come over. "Let me massage young master's shoulders." Shiren put the clothes on the shelf aside and walked over with a smile. Song Qingshu did not refuse. "Okay." Shiren took a deep breath and walked behind Song Qingshu. She rolled up her sleeves and began to massage his shoulders. However, as soon as her fingertips touched his body, her face changed. "Young master seems to be much stronger." Jia Baoyu was a pampered child. His body was white and soft. However, the body of the person in front of her was as hard as a stone. Under the seemingly crystal and well-proportioned skin, no one knew how much explosive power was hidden. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She should have told Mr. Liao directly. What if he killed her by saying it at this time? Song Qingshu seemed not to notice her reaction. He replied casually, "Oh, during this time I was under house arrest. I had nothing to do every day, so I began to practice the martial arts that the old man taught me. At first, I had no clue, but later, I seemed to have an epiphany. My body was getting better and better." "Practice?" Shiren was stunned. She couldn't tell whether it was true or not. Song Qingshu continued to say at this time, "Otherwise, how could I escape? Don't tell anyone that I know martial arts. Last time, I was also assassinated by a mysterious person before I returned to the house. The old man has been investigating this matter, but I was captured by the Mongolians before he found out anything. I suspect that there is a traitor in the house. Otherwise, such things would not happen one after another. The Mongolians would not be able to know my whereabouts so clearly." "A traitor?" Shiren opened her small mouth widely. Song Qingshu said yes. "Now in the house, I only trust you and the old lady. In order to avoid the old lady's worry, I didn't tell her. I only told you. You must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, if the traitor in the dark knows it, he will be more prepared to deal with me next time. Okay, I won't leak a word. Serene was just a servant girl in the mansion. All she had to deal with was the intrigue in the mansion. She had never seen such a dangerous thing before, so she was frightened into a daze. Suddenly, she thought of something and said hesitantly, "Could the traitor be Mr. Liao?" Song Qinshu almost laughed out loud. This kind of little girl was really easy to fool. However, he didn't play along with her words. It shouldn't be. Mr. Liao is the old master's confidant. Even if the whole world betrays him, he won't. Hearing that he was speaking for Liao Yingzhong, who suspected him, Serene's doubts disappeared. She smiled again. "You are still so kind. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Noticing the sincerity in Serene's tone, Song Qinshu could feel that she was really good to Jia Baoyu. He didn't know if she knew about Jia Baoyu's special hobby. Thinking of Jia Baoyu's hobby, Song Qinshu suddenly thought of himself. It seemed that he didn't have the right to criticize Jia Baoyu. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. "What are you laughing at?" Serene asked curiously. "Nothing. I just found that you are getting more and more beautiful." Song Qinshu patted the water. Come down and wash with me." "Young master." Serene stamped her feet coquettishly. There was no longer any doubt in her heart. If he really had a guilty conscience, why would he ask her to go into the water with him? If they were intimate, wouldn't all secrets be exposed? Besides, wasn't this kind of indulgent request the second Master Bao's characteristic habit? "Young master, hurry up and wash. The old mistress is still waiting." However, she didn't dare to play in the water at a time like this. A whole family was waiting. If she acted so presumptuously and those people heard about it, she would probably be beaten to death. All right. Song Qinshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had dealt with it for the time being. Anyway, he wouldn't be staying in the Jia Manor for long. If he was careful, Serene and the other servant girls wouldn't find out anything. When he finished familiarizing himself and changed his clothes, he arrived at the Jia's mother's courtyard. He was surprised to find that there was already a large crowd of people inside. "Oh, your face is like the moon in mid-autumn, and your complexion is like the flowers in the dawn of spring. In this world, only our Baoyu has such an appearance that even women are envious of." Before he entered the door, he heard a familiar laugh. Song Qinshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slender, beautiful woman with a coquettish figure. It was none other than Wang Shifeng. "Sister-in-law is teasing me again," Song Qinshu responded. He couldn't help but think of the time when she knocked on his door in the middle of the night and proposed a deal. He couldn't help but feel excited. However, he knew that this was not the time to think about this. He quickly glanced around. Naturally, the leaders were the Jia's mother and Madame Wang. Next to them was Jia Zhen from the Ningguo Manor. However, her graceful daughter-in-law didn't come. The only man left was Wang Shifeng's husband, Jia Lian. The Jia Manor had suffered a heavy loss in the last Wu-Tang battle. Now, only these brothers could be seen in public. He automatically ignored the several young ladies of the Jia family. He glanced at the elegant and dignified Li Wan. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There was a graceful and beautiful Taoist nun standing beside her. Noticing his gaze, the Jia's mother explained, "This is Immortal Miaoyu, a friend of your sister-in-law. Recently, there have been many things in the family, so we invited her to perform a ritual to protect the safety of the family." The people of the Rong and Ning mansions had always respected Buddha and Taoism. In addition, too many things had happened in the manor recently. It was not strange to invite one back. In addition, there were many women in the manor, so it was naturally impossible to invite a monk or a Taoist priest. However, Song Qinshu had never imagined that Miaoyu was actually her If the Jia's mother knew that the living Buddha she invited back turned out to be a female devil who killed without blinking an eye in Jianghu, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Noticing that Song Qingshu's eyes had been staring at her, Miaoyu subconsciously frowned. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Li Wan, who was beside her, hurriedly pulled her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, don't be impulsive." So this Miaoyu was the scarlet serpent deity, Li Macho. Why was she here? Brother AI, you're finally back." At this moment, a soft voice interrupted Song Qingshu's thoughts. He looked up and found a beautiful girl in red standing in front of him, smiling at him. Shi Shangyun. Speaking of which, she was also an old acquaintance. Looking at her lively eyes and full of smiles, there was no trace of the fear and trepidation she had in the beggar sect in the past. Presumably, after a long time, she had gradually walked out of the shadow. But what the hell was Brother AI? Could it be that she also had an affair with Jia Baoyu? Wasn't her fiancé Wei Ruolin? "You little girl, you can't change your big tum." The Jia's mother scolded her with a smile. She was born in the Shi family, so the way she looked at Shi Shangyun was especially affectionate. "Hello, Sister Yun." Song Qingshu finally realized that the other's pronunciation was not accurate. She had said second brother instead of Brother AI. "Sister Bao, didn't you miss him all this time? Why don't you say anything now that he's back?" Shi Shangyun blinked her eyes to the side. "Don't talk nonsense." Song Qingshu turned his head and saw a dignified and beautiful girl nodding at him with a blush. Her movements were especially ladylike and reserved. She did not look like she was in the Imperial City Department at all. Calm. Miao Shu House. Chapter 2079. She's really a natural actress. The dignified and reserved young lady was naturally the eldest daughter of the Shui family, Shui Baochai. Noticing her elegant demeanor, Song Qingshu secretly made a comparison in his heart. Such acting skills were enough to make those popular young actresses cry out in the future. Second brother. At this moment, a delicate female voice came from the side. Only now did Song Qingshu notice that there was a delicate young lady next to him. Her eyebrows were faintly covered with a faint layer of worry, but she did not reveal the slightest bitterness. Instead, she appeared even more delicate and pitiful. Sister Lin. Song Qingshu naturally recognized her. When he was appointed Prince of Qi, all the civil and military officials of the court came to congratulate him. At that time, Lin Ruhai, who was still the Salt Imperial Censor, brought her along. At that time, apart from her delicate, willow-like temperament, which left a deep impression on him, her lack of vigor was also particularly eye-catching. At that time, Song Qingshu noticed that she had a congenital deficiency. It would be difficult for her to live to the age of 30. If she experienced great sorrow and joy midway through, she might not even live to the age of 20. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do at that time. However, now that he had obtained the rootless tree secret art from Zhang Sanfeng, it could extend his lifespan to a certain extent. Previously, Yingying's complexion had become much rosier after practicing it, so he had to find a chance to teach it to her. He couldn't just sit back and watch her die. Noticing that he had been staring at her, Lin Daiyu's white jade-like cheeks blushed slightly. Somewhat at a loss, she lowered her head. "Don't frighten Daiyu." The Jia matriarch glared at Song Qingshu. Lin Daiyu was her biological granddaughter. She could not help but feel especially sorry for her. Song Qingshu recovered his senses. He imitated Jia Baoyu's tone and praised the young ladies. The last time he entered the Jia residence, whether it was Lin Daiyu, Shui Baochai or Shi Shangyun, these ladies had not yet entered the Jia residence. He presumed that they had entered later. Although these girls all had their own families, regardless of whether it was Shi Shangyun or Lin Daiyu, their mothers had passed away. There were many men in the residence, and it was not convenient for their fathers to raise them. Therefore, they were sent to the Jia residence, where there were many women, to grow up together with their peers. After all, several families had intermarried for generations, and the Jia residence was also their relative. As for Xue Baochai, although her mother was still alive, Xue Ji, that old fox, would not let go of such an opportunity to improve the relationship between the families, so he also sent her over. "Don't just stand there, quickly take a seat, quickly take a seat." Mrs. Jia was in high spirits. Obviously, she was very happy that Jia Baoyu had returned. Everyone sat down in order. Originally, according to the general rules of the Jia residence, men and women would not eat in the same room. They were not even allowed to talk during the meal. However, with so many things happening in the Jia residence, no one was in the mood to delve into this. Lady Jia sighed with emotion. During this period of time, there has been one bad news after another in the mansion. Fortunately, Baoyu has returned. Wang Shifeng, who was standing to the side, took the opportunity to raise her glass and said with a smile, "Let us celebrate Baoyu's safe return." Lady Jia beamed with joy. We should celebrate, we should celebrate." Jia Baoyu had always been the center of attention in the Jia residence. Now that the old mistress had spoken, no one dared to offend her. Although some people were dissatisfied with Jia Baoyu's sudden return, they pretended to be very happy on the surface. After a round of drinking, Lady Jia pulled Jia Zhen and Jia Lian aside and said, "Brother Zhen, Brother Lian, now that the Ning and Rong residences have been plagued by disasters, you are the only pillars left. Baoyu has always been immature, so from now on, you and your brother should help him out. Brother Bao is naturally intelligent, so he must be able to learn quickly," the two of them replied with a smile. Lady Jia nodded with satisfaction, then pulled Song Qingshu aside and said, "Baoyu, I know that you have never liked scholarly honors and a future, but now that your father is gone, and the Jia residence is experiencing an unprecedented catastrophe, you should change. Ask your two brothers for advice on a daily basis, and study your homework when you have time. The great Song dynasty emphasizes literature and restrains martial arts. If you can pass the imperial examinations, the Jia residence will be able to rise again." Song Qingshu made a vague sound of agreement, but Lady Jia was very pleased. In the past, when Jia Baoyu heard about scholarly honors and a future, he would immediately cover his ears and shake his head while shouting, "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." It seemed that his experiences during this period of time had indeed matured him. During the banquet, many people inquired about Song Qingshu's well-being, and from time to time asked him about what had happened during his disappearance. Now that Song Qingshu had such a rich experience, he casually took a paragraph and adapted it to deal with it. Lady Jia's body became tired halfway through the banquet, and she quickly returned to her room to rest with the help of her servant girls. The others naturally did not want to stay in the courtyard too late, and after a while, they dispersed. "Taoist priest, please wait a moment." Song Qingshu had been waiting for an opportunity, and he quickly caught up with Li Macho. Li Macho turned around and looked at him coldly. "What's the matter?" Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. He really wanted to ask her why she had appeared in the Jia residence, especially with the identity of Miaoyu, but now his identity had to be kept secret. If one more person knew, the whole plan would collapse, especially since she was Li Wan's elder sister, and Li Wan was the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. Seeing that he did not say anything and only stared at her in a daze, Li Macho's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Li Wan, who was beside her, saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly pulled her away. Then, she turned her head and said to Song Qingshu, "Miaoyu is a person who does not belong to the secular world. Baoyu, don't mess around with her." Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly, thinking that in the past, Jia Baoyu's habit of pestering beautiful girls was well known, and Li Wan only thought that his old habit was acting up again. Now that there were so many people, it was naturally not convenient to look for her. As Song Qingshu walked towards the Yihong courtyard, he secretly wondered if he should look for her later. Why are you leaving so soon after the banquet ended? I feel that you have become a lot more distant after coming back this time. A gentle voice sounded. Without turning his head, he knew that it was Xue Baochai. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. Could it be that the Xue Baochai of this world had an affair with Jia Baoyu? But when he came to the Jia's mansion last time, she clearly didn't come to the Jia's mansion, and then Baoyu disappeared. Logically speaking, they should not have met each other. However, he immediately realized that the relationship between these big families was so close, and they were all in Lin and City. Their mansions were not far away from each other, so it was very convenient for them to visit each other. To some extent, it could be said that they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Thinking this through, Song Qingshu then answered, "It's just that this time when I came back, things are still the same, but people have changed, so I inevitably feel a little depressed." Xue Baochai blinked her eyes and looked at him carefully. "This time, you have indeed changed a lot. Anyone will change after going through so many things." Song Qingshu wasn't worried. With the big events of being captured and Jia Shidao's death, he was a little different from before, so it wasn't a big deal. "My condolences." Xue Baochai worked in the Imperial City Department and was also the eldest daughter of the Xue family. Naturally, she knew how Jia Shidao died, but she didn't show it at all. "If you need any help in the future, you can come to me." "Thank you, Sister Bao." Song Qingshu saluted. "You have always been so polite to me." "It's not like." Xue Baochai thought of something and couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. I'll go back first." Looking at her leaving figure, Song Qingshu was stunned. What was going on? Why did he feel that she seemed to have some feelings for Jia Baoyu? Usually, he saw her fake face, but at that moment, it seemed that some of her true feelings had been revealed. However, it was understandable. They grew up together, and Jia Baoyu was beautiful and good at making girls happy. It was no surprise that Xue Baochai had feelings for him. However, Xue Baochai was in the Imperial City Department. Didn't she know that Jia Baoyu had raped women? "He has gone far away, but you still keep staring at him. You are so reluctant to let him go." A faint voice came. Song Qingshu looked back and saw a girl standing on the edge of the rockery. It seemed that she could be blown away by the wind. Sister Lin. Only then did Song Qingshu remember that in addition to being a sickly girl, Lin Dayu also had a poisonous tongue. "Sister Lin, what's the matter?" Lin Dayu's face changed, and her voice instantly turned cold. "Can't I look for you for no reason? I saw you chatting so happily with Sister Bao just now, but when you see me, you have nothing to say?" "I didn't mean that." Song Qingshu secretly had a headache. Before he came, he thought of all kinds of situations, but he didn't expect that Jia Baoyu would have some feelings for these young ladies. It should be known that girls were the most sensitive. Shiren alone was enough to give him a headache. Now, with the addition of Dayu Baochai, they would most likely find out that there was something unusual about their sweetheart after a few more interactions. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, Lin Dayu was finally completely annoyed. She stomped her feet and turned to leave. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, but he didn't chase after her. He couldn't avoid Lin Dayu and Xue Baochai anymore. Why would he look for trouble? "Oh, our second master is really popular with girls." A silver bell-like laughter came, full of coquettishness. Song Qingshu's face darkened. He thought, what kind of luck is this? Why are they coming one after another? Is there an end to it? "Hello, sister-in-law." The beautiful and coquettish young woman in front of him was none other than Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng came to his side and bumped his chest with her shoulder. "You used to call me Little Phoenix when we were good, but now you call me sister-in-law. You are really heartless." Just now, when Xue Baochai and Lin Dayu were talking to Song Qingshu, Shiren and other maids naturally hid far away, so Wang Shifeng was not afraid of being seen. The tip of his nose could smell the sweet fragrance coming from her body, and he could faintly feel her plump and well-proportioned body. Song Qingshu was completely dumbfounded. Jia Baoyu even likes the grass next to his own house? Back when he was on the ship with Qi Fang, he knew of Jia Baoyu's fetish. He seemed to have a special liking for young women from good families. It would be strange if he didn't move when there was a sister-in-law at home. However, Song Qingshu didn't think that he would be so bold as to really lay his hands on his sister-in-law. Seeing how intimate Wang Shifeng was, it seemed that the two of them didn't just have one affair, but at least 3 or 4. See you at the same place at midnight tonight. Wang Shifeng looked left and right. It was obvious that there were many people around, and she was worried that staying too long would arouse suspicion. The same place? Song Qingshu really wanted to smash something. How would I know where the usual place of the adulterous couple is? Chapter 2080. As if she had heard his thoughts, Wang Shifeng secretly added, "Be careful when you go to the cottage in the backyard. Don't be found by the old maids, or I will not live any more." After saying that, she smiled at him with an enchanting look in her eyes. Smelling the residual sweet fragrance in the air, Song Qingshu could not help but be lost in thought. What should he do now? According to common sense, he would not refuse a beautiful young woman like Wang Shifeng to have a friendly match with him. However, the time and place were not right. Based on the relationship between her and Jia Baoyu, if he, a fake, went to have a rendezvous, Jia Baoyu would definitely notice the difference in the most intimate state. Women were quite sensitive in this regard. Moreover, Song Qingshu was thinking about how to spend the next few days in the Jia's mansion peacefully. He would be free when the imperial court issued an edict to let him participate in the marriage selection in Xixia. Naturally, he would not delay business because of women at this critical time. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to go. They had an affair before. If he did not go, Wang Shifeng would definitely be suspicious. Once she was suspicious, she would probably find out that he was a fake. She would not dare to make it public, but she would secretly remind other people in the mansion. After all, it was a hidden danger. But if he went, would he really fool around with her? After thinking for a long time, he could not find any clues. Song Qingshu decided to act according to the situation later. When he returned to Yihong courtyard, the maids in the courtyard all surrounded him and kept asking him about his experience during this time. After all, many of them were not qualified to listen when he talked to Mrs. Jia. Song Qingshu was also speechless. He could only say that Jia Baoyu was too unassuming in the yard, so these maids were so indulgent. Worried that this group of people would find out something, Song Qingshu casually answered them with a few words and went to the study with the excuse of reading. The maids looked at him in shock. Why did reading sound so strange from their master's mouth? Fortunately, Shiren followed him to Mrs. Jia. She hurriedly came out to explain the great changes in the family. The young master did not want to make the old lady too sad, nor did he want to disappoint the late master, so he had to shoulder the responsibility of the family. A group of maids suddenly changed their eyes and began to praise him. Shiren felt that they were too noisy and worried that they would disturb her young master, so she hurriedly drove them away to give Song Qingshu some peace. "I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call me." Shiren refilled his cup of tea and left with a smile on her face. Now that Baoyu was making progress, no one was happier than her. She was Jia Baoyu's personal maidservant, and at the same time, she was tacitly allowed to be a member of the household. She had even secretly eaten the forbidden fruit. She was not as otherworldly as her master. Of course, she hoped that her man would be more ambitious. Song Qingshu pretended to read for a while in the study while thinking about what to do next. When it was late at night, Shiren, Qingwen, and the others returned to his room to sleep. Then, when it was almost midnight, he quietly slipped out. Unlike the later generations, where there were night owls everywhere, Almost all the people in the Jia's mansion were asleep at this time. He didn't see anyone along the way. Only the sound of insects could be heard, which made it even quieter. In the distance, he saw a wooden house next to the flower garden. There was a dim yellow light coming from inside, and he could vaguely see a figure passing by the window. Judging from the figure's graceful figure, it was obvious that Wang Shifeng had arrived. When he was near the wooden house, Wang Shifeng also saw him and hurriedly waved to him. "Bao Yu, come in quickly." Under the dim yellow light, Song Qingshu noticed that the current Wang Shifeng was more beautiful than usual. It was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. Well, her clothes seemed to be much thinner, and a large area of her snow-white skin could be vaguely seen. Wouldn't it be more conspicuous to light a light in the house in the middle of the night? Song Qingshu noticed the light and thought about it. Wang Shifeng smiled tenderly and said, "I'm afraid. I'm alone in this dark room, and I can't even see my own fingers. Why didn't you come earlier? You still have something to be afraid of?" Just as Song Qingshu was about to complain, he suddenly thought of something and secretly glanced at the wall. It seemed that there was someone hiding behind the wooden house. With his current cultivation, the movements of the grass and trees around him couldn't be hidden from him. It was just that he rarely used his full power, or else his ears would be filled with chaotic sound. He didn't want to cause a nervous breakdown. However, this time he came to the Hongmen banquet, so naturally, the people outside couldn't be hidden from him. There's only one person? Song Qingshu remained calm and collected. Judging from the person's breathing, he should know martial arts, but it wasn't very profound. In addition, this breath seemed to be somewhat familiar. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, he didn't necessarily need to rely on his eyes and ears to recognize people. He could also distinguish them by their qi. Everyone's qi was different. After thinking for a while, Song Qingshu immediately realized why he felt that this person was somewhat familiar. It was because he had just seen him at the table. The person outside was Jiao Yan. What's going on? Could it be that Jiao Yan found out that his wife was cheating on him? This was Song Qingshu's first reaction, but he quickly denied it. With Wang Shifeng's shrewdness, it was impossible for her husband to find out if she really had an affair. Moreover, Jiao Yan was waiting outside at this time, but he didn't come in to stop them in advance. Would he only be happy when the boat entered the alley? Naturally, Song Qingshu didn't think that Jiao Yan was such a pervert. The only possibility was that the couple was playing badger games. Thinking of the analysis of everyone's situation before coming to the Jia's mansion, it was not difficult to figure out that the couple was eagerly waiting for the inheritance. In the end, his sudden return, Jia Baoyu, messed up all their plans. How ruthless, letting his wife personally use the honey trap. Song Qingshu somewhat admired Jiao Yan. He was really able to endure things that ordinary people couldn't. Don't just stand there. You haven't said anything after seeing me for so long. Wang Shifeng pouted, faintly showing a hint of coquettishness. Having guessed the couple's plan, how could Song Qingshu not know what she was planning? Previously, he was still uncertain about the relationship between Jia Baoyu and her. Now, it seemed that, if there was really an affair between them, Wang Shifeng wouldn't also use such a scheme because she was worried that their relationship would be exposed. "Sister-in-law, why did you call me over so late at night?" Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. "Sister-in-law." A strange look flashed in Wang Shifeng's eyes. She thought that she had guessed wrong. There are no outsiders at this time. Why are you so distant? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If someone sees it, it's inevitable that they will get into trouble. Song Qingshu took a step back. Wang Shifeng thought to herself, "You are always touching this and that in Grandview Garden. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman at this time? We have long. Oh, you're so annoying. Why did you come back this time?" Wang Shifeng decided to test him one last time. Song Qingshu made a blank expression. What is sister-in-law talking about? Noticing his expression, Wang Shifeng thought to herself, could it be that Baoyu really came back? Thinking that her husband and wife's plan failed at the last moment, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Now, even if it's really Baoyu, can't he seduce him? At that time, if he does such a shameful thing, let's see if he still has the face to inherit the title. If sister-in-law doesn't have anything else to say, I'll leave first. Song Qingshu did not want to fight with the couple here. He had enough things to consider. Wait a minute, Wang Shifeng hurriedly chased after him. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, as if she tripped over something. She directly fell into Song Qingshu's arms. Hugging the soft and plump body in his arms, a sweet fragrance assaulted his nose. Song Qingshu couldn't help but stare blankly. He clearly felt that Jiao Yan's breathing outside the room had quickened a lot. Recommending a friend's new book, Xiaoming's Medical God. It's fat and can be slaughtered. Chapter 2081. This couple really knows how to have fun. Song Qingshu secretly complained, but since the other party wanted to act, he was happy to play along. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? She fell into his arms, feeling the masculine aura unique to men. Wang Shifeng couldn't help but think of the situation in the wedding room, but she immediately reacted, and her face instantly turned red. Sister-in-law, are you not feeling well? Why is your face red? Song Qingshu looked very worried. I'm fine, thank you, Baoyu. As soon as Wang Shifeng said the words, she secretly cursed. How could she be fine? How could she develop if she was fine? She reacted quickly, and when the other party helped her up, she suddenly screamed, covered her ankle, and showed a painful expression. What's wrong with you? Song Qingshu was really impressed. This drama really came out of nowhere. Maybe I accidentally twisted it just now. Wang Shifeng's eyes were sparkling, as if she was about to cry. Song Qingshu quietly looked at her to see what she was going to do next. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wang Shifeng also cursed in her heart. He was not cooperative at all, and the answer she had prepared was not useful at all. But things had come to this point, she could only take the initiative to say, "Can you help me see if my foot is injured?" How? Song Qingshu blinked his eyes, looking as pure as a piece of white paper. Wang Shifeng's teeth were about to break, but she could only bear it and said, "Of course, take off my shoes and socks. I'm in so much pain now that I don't dare to move." After saying that, she seemed to think of something and hurriedly added, "I just took a bath and changed clothes before coming out, so your hands won't be dirty." Since she said that, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't refuse, so he took off her shoes and socks. He had to admit that her feet were round and white, with a special kind of beauty, but he was not in the mood to play pedicure with her now, so he directly reached out and pressed her ankle. "Is it here?" Although he knew that she was pretending, Song Qingshu still checked it, and there was really no injury. A little bit more." Wang Shifeng looked shy. "A little more?" Song Qingshu frowned. "Here? Just a little bit more." Wang Shifeng bit her lips tightly. Her lips shone with a moist luster. Song Qingshu. This was blatant seduction. If he went any higher, his hand would reach into her skirt. Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid it's not good to go any higher, right?" Wang Shifeng's eyes were like silk. "Even I'm not afraid. You're a man, so what are you afraid of?" Song Qingshu paid careful attention and realized that Jiao Yan still had no intention of coming in. He thought to himself, what the hell is he doing? Must I touch his wife before coming in? Song Qingshu was really curious about what the couple was planning. Even if they rushed in later, what would that mean? Announce to the residents that he seduced Wang Shifeng? However, based on Mrs. Jia's love for Jia Baoyu and the age of both parties, perhaps everyone would suspect that Wang Shifeng seduced Jia Baoyu. She was such a smart person, so it was impossible for her to not think of this. Therefore, Song Qingshu decided to cooperate with them. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if the two of them kept secretly planning to deal with him. Sister-in-law, your skin is really good. Song Qingshu deliberately raised his voice. Sure enough, Jiao Yan's breathing became heavier when he heard this. He could clearly feel him pacing back and forth, obviously hesitating. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind and left in a hurry. He left. Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. Shouldn't he rush out to grab that thing at this time? Why did he turn around and leave? Bao Yu, why are you so bad? Wang Shifeng pushed him as she secretly glanced out of the room. Why hadn't her husband come in yet? Song Qingshu did not want to be so passive all the time, so he secretly transferred a wisp of joyful vital energy into her body. Wang Shifeng did not know martial arts, so she did not realize what was happening. However, she quickly noticed the changes in her body. There seemed to be a warm current flowing out of her body, making her feel weak all over. Oh, she couldn't help but let out an extremely sweet moan from her throat, startling even herself. Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? I don't know what's wrong either. Hearing the unprecedented seductiveness in her voice, Wang Shifeng also panicked a little. She wondered why she was so forgetful. He only touched her twice. How did it? Could it be that the rumors were true, that Bao Yu was a woman's Achilles heel? Sensing that something was wrong, Wang Shifeng retracted her leg and struggled to stand up. However, as soon as she stood up, she fell back into his arms. This time, it was not an act. Her legs were really weak. Sister-in-law, can I understand that you are seducing me? Song Qingshu hugged her graceful and plump body. He could feel the heat of her skin through her clothes. No. It's not that. Wang Shifeng finally panicked. Although she was usually outgoing and passionate, she was after all born into a wealthy family. In this aspect, she was more conservative than expected. Jiao Yan had always been lustful, and she never allowed him to use some of the novel tricks he learned from his concubines on her. Today, she was only willing to sacrifice less for the sake of the future of the couple. She wanted to seduce Jiao Baoyu and cause him to reveal some flaws, cutting off his path to inheriting the title. However, her husband did not come in at the appointed time, and her body was extremely strange. While she still had some rationality left, she decided to stop the plan and return home first. Unfortunately, her body seemed to not listen to her, and she fell into his arms. Being inhaled by his masculine scent, her body became even more weak. Let me go. Wang Shifeng's face became redder. Song Qingshu spread his hands. You clearly fell in my arms. I didn't touch you. Wang Shifeng knew that he was telling the truth, but she didn't know why, but deep down, she wanted to lie in his arms. It would be even better if he hugged her a little tighter. Song Qingshu knew that the joke was over, so he said, I think I know why you called me here tonight. However, I want to tell you that I'm no longer the child I used to be after experiencing so many things outside. If you do anything improper in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Feeling the chill in his voice, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but tremble. Just what had he experienced outside for him to suddenly become so frightening? Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. What's second brother Lian doing? Why isn't he back yet? Wang Shifeng's expression changed. He's not outside? Song Qingshu saw that she didn't seem to be faking it, so he said, he left when I took off my shoes. Wang Shifeng's expression changed, and her body trembled. She hurriedly said, Take me away from here, quickly. Why? Song Qingshu's brows furrowed. There's no time to explain, let's go. Wang Shifeng's face was full of panic. Song Qingshu could vaguely hear footsteps in the distance. There seemed to be quite a few people coming this way. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he grabbed Wang Shifeng's arm and sneaked out from the other side of the wooden hut. What's going on? Song Qingshu hugged Wang Shifeng and hid in a nearby tree. He saw Jiao Yan and a group of people break into the hut. Unfortunately, the hut was already empty, so they couldn't find anything. Wang Shifeng gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, he's been so attached to second sister Yu lately. I heard that he wanted to make second sister Yu his wife, but I didn't take it to heart. After all, my family is here. Who would have thought that this bastard would really take action? Not only does he want to get rid of you tonight, but he also wants to ruin my reputation. That way, he can justifiably be with second sister Yu." I was wondering why my body felt so strange. He must have put that despicable drug in the tea I drank. Hearing her analysis, Song Qingshu's expression became very interesting. At this moment, Wang Shifeng suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were very misty. "Bao Yu, is sister-in-law beautiful?" "Yes, she is." Song Qingshu nodded. Even the most picky person could see that she was a first-class beauty. "Then you." Wang Shifeng bit her lip. Obviously, she had a strong psychological struggle. "Do you want sister-in-law?" Chapter 2082. Under the moonlight, Wang Shifeng looked particularly hot and beautiful. Song Qingshu's heart moved, but he immediately dispelled the thought. "Sister-in-law, don't joke around." "I'm not joking." Wang Shifeng stared at Jialian in the distance. "I helped him wholeheartedly, but he schemed against me like this. The key is for another vixen. I can't swallow this." Song Qingshu was silent. At first, he thought it was a trick of the couple, but now it seemed that it was obviously not. Jialian's way of doing things was too black-hearted. "Doesn't he want to be cuckolded? Then I'll do as he wishes." After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, she noticed Song Qingshu's expression and couldn't help but sigh faintly. "I know you must look down on me now, but I'm really not that kind of fickle person. This time, although I deliberately sacrificed myself with him to get the title of Duke Ronghua, if the target was not you, I would never agree." "Really?" For her words, Song Qingshu was noncommittal. A woman's words, especially a beautiful woman's words, could not be easily believed. Seeing his expression, how could a smart woman like Wang Shifeng not guess what he was thinking? She couldn't help but look sad. "Forget it, my husband schemed against me like this. Even you think I'm that kind of frivolous woman. What's the point of me living?" After saying that, she directly jumped to the side. Now the two of them were on the tree. It was not high, but it was not low. If she fell directly like this, if it was light, she would break a bone. If it was heavy, it would be life-threatening. Song Qingshu pulled her back. He was not the kind of person who would not help when someone was in danger. Okay, I believe you." Wang Shifeng's worry turned into joy. She suddenly looked at him curiously. "Do you know martial arts now?" Just now, in order to avoid the people her husband found, she had no time to think about these things. Now that she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Song Qingshu didn't bat an eyelid and casually explained, "My father taught me a martial art in the past, but I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Later, when I was imprisoned in Mongolia, I had nothing to do, so I started to train seriously. That's how I got the ability to escape later on. No wonder everyone says that you're talented and intelligent. You managed to learn martial arts so easily." Wang Shifeng's beautiful eyes shone. "After experiencing so many things, I find that you've become more and more mature. The little boy from before is now more and more charming." Song Qingshu smiled faintly, not taking her compliment to heart. Noticing that Jialian's group was gradually dispersing, he said, "The people below are about to leave, you can go back first." This time, the people Jialian found were all servants or maids of the Fu. It seemed that he hadn't lost his head and didn't directly run to the Jia matriarch to complain. It was obvious that he was afraid of arousing suspicion. Instead, he planned to accidentally expose the two of them. It should be known that the people in the Fu were very talkative. This kind of thing would quickly spread to everyone without him saying it. "No, I'm not going back." Wang Shifeng bit her lip and hugged him even tighter. Feeling the voluptuous and moving figure in his arms, The mature body of the young woman exuded a shocking heat, causing Song Qingshu's expression to become somewhat unnatural. He hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, don't mess around." Who knew that Wang Shifeng seemed to sense something and glanced down, her beautiful cheeks like two burning clouds. "Bao Yu, you've really grown up." Song Qingshu held his breath. Obviously, the two of them were so close, and the other party's skirt was thin, so she had keenly sensed the changes in his body. At this time, Wang Shifeng's eyes seemed to be dripping water. She moved closer to his ear and said, "The drug that bastard gave me has taken effect. If you ask me to go back now, what if I'm caught by that servant? Won't I be defiled by those lowly people?" Song Qingshu thought that her current reaction was due to the Huanxi genuine qi, but he was very careful to control the amount. She shouldn't have such a big reaction. Could it be that Jiaolian really drugged her in advance? Damn, what kind of mentality is this? "Bao Yu, don't be afraid." Wang Shifeng's eyes still had a few traces of clarity. As if she had guessed his scruples, she quickly said, "Now I'm not scheming against you. I really need you to help me." "How can I help you with this kind of thing?" Song Qingshu was also helpless. He originally came to the Jia's mansion just to go through the motions, and soon he would receive the news and leave Xixia. Who knew that so many things would happen in such a short period of time? "Just like what you and Shiren did." Wang Shifeng giggled. "I'm not Sister Lin. Miss Bao, you can't fool me by pretending to be innocent." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows, keenly getting enough information from her words. It seemed that Jia Baoyu used to get along with Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai with a different face, so they didn't know about his evil side. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wang Shifeng's tears instantly fell like a broken pearl necklace. "I've already said this, and you still, in your eyes, am I so lowly, shameless, and unbearable? Of course not. Although you usually seem a bit coquettish, you are actually dignified and self-disciplined. You have never done anything out of line." Song Qingshu recalled that Jia, a disciple of the branch family, had been smitten by her beauty and had had some crooked thoughts about her. In the end, he had been played by her and ended up in a miserable state. It was clear that she was extremely conservative in this aspect. "Then do you think that I'm not as beautiful as your sister Lin and sister Bao?" Wang Shifeng continued to ask. Song Qingshu still told the truth. Plum blossoms, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum each have their own advantages. Although each of them has a unique temperament, they are not as mature and beautiful as you. He still wanted to say something, but a hot body had already come up to him, making it impossible for him to say the rest of the words. Wang Shifeng was a mature woman, and at the same time, she was also a smart woman. She knew when to take the initiative and when to be reserved. If she was really rejected today, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. She had already sent herself to the door, yet she was still rejected. This was a devastating blow to a woman, especially to a woman like her who had always boasted of her beauty. After all, Song Qingshu was not a person who cultivated the Tao with a pure heart and few desires. He had long been wriggling in her arms, causing a ball of evil fire. At this time, how could he bear it? After a long time, he finally calmed down and said, "I'll take you to another place." "No, let's do it here." Wang Shifeng's eyes moved, and her eyebrows revealed 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings. For a moment, Song Qingshu couldn't react. Wang Shifeng bit her lip and said angrily, "Where are we going at this time? There are a lot of maids and old women around us, and there are too many people. I don't want to be discovered. The forest here is lush, and no one can see us. Isn't it just right? Her way of doing things is quite wild." Song Qingshu's throat was extremely dry, and he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He had never had such an experience. The words just now had already exhausted the last bit of Wang Shifeng's rationality. Soon, her whole body was burning with passion, and she hugged the man beside her tightly. Both of them were very mature people, and their cooperation was very tacit. It could even be said that they were very familiar with each other. Soon, Wang Shifeng's whole body trembled, and Song Qingshu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No wonder everyone said that women were flesh and blood made of water. After an unknown period of time, Song Qingshu sent Wang Shifeng to the vicinity of her courtyard. Wang Shifeng lowered her head, and her face was full of a complicated expression. "All right, don't send me off. It's not good to be seen by others." Song Qingshu grunted in response. Wang Shifeng continued to say, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Song Qingshu nodded. "Okay." Also, Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then added, "What happened today was just an accident. Don't look for me in the future." The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth rose slightly, but he still replied, "Okay." Seeing his reaction, Wang Shifeng felt a little upset, but her rationality made her not say anything, and she hurriedly ran back to the house. Just as she was thinking about what had just happened, she suddenly heard a gloomy and angry voice. "Where did you go just now?" Chapter 2083. Wang Shifeng was still immersed in what had just happened and hadn't come back to her senses yet. Now that she suddenly heard a voice, she couldn't help but be startled. She looked back and found Jialian sitting on the bed with a gloomy face, looking at her. Wang Shifeng snorted and asked, "Where were you just now? Didn't I just find someone as promised?" Jialian noticed that there was a faint blush on Wang Shifeng's white and tender cheeks, and her eyes were full of blurriness. That kind of feeling made Jialian feel a little regretful. Was it really worth it? Promise? Wang Shifeng sneered. "Did we make that promise? I'm afraid you didn't just go to find someone to deal with Jiabaoyu. You also wanted to ruin my reputation." Jialian smiled embarrassedly and wanted to put his arm around his wife's shoulder. "How could that be? You think too much." Wang Shifeng dodged and instantly exploded. "Why not? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I turned a blind eye when you and second sister you were fooling around. Now you want to get rid of me and help her get the position. Do you think I'm dead?" Jialian felt a little guilty and subconsciously explained, "You misunderstood. I really didn't mean that." "Okay, I have my own eyes. Go away, I don't want to see you now." Wang Shifeng pointed to the door and ordered him to leave. Jialian had no choice but to walk out. He originally wanted to ask where his wife and Jia Baoyu had gone, but he thought that she was angry, so he thought that he would ask her when she calmed down. As for being kicked out of the room, he didn't care. He could go to second sister Yu and have some fun. Thinking of her gentle appearance, his lower abdomen was a little restless. After Song Qingshu separated from Wang Shifeng, he decided to go to Li Macho's place to see why she had suddenly become Miaoyu. He had already found out where Miaoyu's master lived, and the Jia mansion had specially prepared a courtyard for her, called the Black Jade Nunnery. In the Battle of Wutang Mountain, Jia Sherdao and many of his direct subordinates had suffered heavy casualties. The Jia mansion was no longer as strict as before. Song Qingshu easily avoided some patrolling guards and soon arrived at the Black Jade Nunnery. Song Qingshu was going to return to his original appearance before going to find her. After all, it was inconvenient to expose his identity as Jia Baoyu. Suddenly, a woman whispered in his ear. Although the voice was low, Song Qingshu still heard it clearly. "That Baoyu in your residence, just looking at him makes people angry, especially those shifty eyes. If I saw him in Jianghu before, I would have dug his eyeballs out." Li Macho's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Song Qingshu held his breath and wondered. "I just looked at you a few more times during dinner." At this time, another gentle voice sounded, "Sister, don't mind him. That's just how he is. Whenever he sees a beautiful girl, he can't take his eyes off her. There are so many beauties in the Grand View Garden, so naturally, his standards are high. To be able to stare at you without blinking, Doesn't that just prove how beautiful you are? Song Qingshu recognized the gentlewoman's voice. It was the young widow, Li Wan. Humph. Although Li Macho didn't admit it, she obviously enjoyed it. Which woman didn't care about her appearance? Father's arrangement is also very thoughtful. I live in the Jia mansion most of the time, and third sister is traveling in the western regions. There is no one in the mansion to talk to you. Father is a man and he can't take care of you. Li Wan comforted her in a low voice. Li Macho snorted, You don't have to speak up for him. In the end, it's just that he doesn't like my Jianghu habit. He wants me to come to the Grand View Garden and interact more with the other young ladies and noble ladies, so that I can learn from them. Li Wan laughed awkwardly and said, Father is the Chancellor of the Directorate after all. He teaches others. His own daughter should set an example. Li Macho's voice was a little angry and said, Isn't he afraid that I will kill all the people who offend me in the mansion on a whim? Outside, Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. Li Macho was a devil in Jianghu who killed without batting an eye. Sometimes people were killed by her just because they were surnamed He. There were so many disputes in the Grand View Garden, and it was possible that old things would happen again. Sister, although you usually pretend to be fierce, you are still a good person. I guess you don't want to see father in a difficult situation. Li Wan laughed. Behind her, the two women whispered in their ears. They were playing together, but they couldn't hear it clearly. Song Qingshu nodded his head. Li Macho was originally a good girl, but because of Lu Zhenyuan's betrayal, she was pushed to the extreme. Now that she had returned to the embrace of her family, the warmth of family should be able to slowly heal her pain. Now that he knew the whole story, Song Qingshu didn't go in to meet them again. After all, it was the middle of the night, and it was not convenient to go in and talk among the women in the boudoir. As for why Li Macho changed her name to Miaoyu, it must be because Li Shouzhong was worried that his daughter's reputation in Jianghu was too bad and would scare the people in the Jia mansion. So he simply changed her name, which could be regarded as a farewell to the past and a new life. He quietly returned to the Yihong courtyard. Seeing that Shiren and the others didn't find anything unusual, he went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Shiren, Qingwen, and the other maids helped Song Qingshu to dress up, which gave Song Qingshu a headache. No matter how exquisite his disguise was, he would still show flaws when he washed his face. Fortunately, not long after, a servant came to report that the palace had come. The imperial edict was issued. Song Qingshu was delighted. He took the opportunity to grab the handkerchief and casually wipe his face. Then, he put on his clothes and walked to the main hall. The content of the imperial edict was expected. The gist of the imperial edict was that the Xixia country was about to select a bride. Some outstanding young masters of aristocratic families of suitable age were specially selected to go to the Xixia country and encourage them to win glory for the country. It would be best if they could marry the princess. It was also an opportunity to strengthen the diplomatic relations with the Xixia country, so that the Xixia country would not be roped in by the enemy. In addition to Jia Baoyu, the more important ones were Xue Pan of the Xue family, Lu Shidao and Lu Shisheng of the Lu family of Xiangyang, and so on. These were decided by Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying in secret. With such an imperial edict, the whole Jia mansion was naturally excited. Many people came to visit and congratulate Jia Baoyu. Ordinary people only thought it was a great honor. Only the mother of the Jia family wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end, she just told Jia Baoyu to take good care of herself and not to force herself. After Lin Daiyu and the other girls heard the news, they all locked themselves in the courtyard. Anyone could see that they were in a bad mood, but no one wanted to get in trouble. Song Qingshu just happened to be free, so that these people close to Jia Baoyu wouldn't see through him. In the evening, Liao Yingzhong found Song Qingshu and said, "Young master, you just need to pretend this trip. Don't marry the princess of the Xixia country." "Oh, why?" Song Qingshu pretended to be surprised and asked. Liao Yingzhong explained, "What's so good about a princess of the Nanman Kingdom? Even if she has the beauty of a fairy, it won't help you. The Xixia country is too far away from the Great Song. If something really happens here, they can't do anything. It won't be as good as marrying the ladies of the Shui family or the Shi family, and it won't even be as good as the lady of the Lin family." Well, I see. Song Qingshu wasn't surprised. As the chief advisor of Jia Shidao, if Liao Yingzhong couldn't even see this, he shouldn't be in the position anymore. "I don't know where the palace got the news. They all know that you just came back." Liao Yingzhong's eyes showed a trace of suspicion, but it was not the time to think about it. He quickly said, "In addition, I used my connections and arranged for the lady of the Shui family to protect you all the way. You can take the opportunity to get close to her on the way." Shui Baochai? Song Qingshu was stunned. As if he saw his confusion, Liao Yingzhong explained, "This time, Lady Shui's brother is also one of the candidates. Otherwise, no matter how powerful I am, I wouldn't be able to invite the lady of the Shui family." Song Qingshu imitated Jia Baoyu's tone and said, "But if something really happens, Sister Baoyu will definitely protect her brother immediately. As for me," Liao Yingzhong stroked his beard and smiled. "Don't worry, young master. The lady of the Shui family will only protect you in name. I just want to use this opportunity to matchmake the two of you. As for your real safety, there's someone else." Central Plains. Red. Come on in. Come. Miao Shu House. Chapter 2084. Zhongyuan Dian Hong? Hearing Liao Yingzhong's words, Song Qingshu's mind went blank. Could there be someone like Shimen Chueshue? Soon, a man dressed in black walked in. His face was like that of a corpse, but what was more eye-catching were his eyes. These were a pair of eyes that were as cold as ice, as fierce as a wolf's, as ashen as the snow on a mountain peak, yet as firm as a snow-covered mountain peak. "Young master, almost all the masters of the Isle of Heroes were wiped out in the Battle of Mount Wudong. He is an expert that I've found after much difficulty in Jianghu." Liao Yingzhong's tone was a little proud. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his martial art. "Dian Hong, this is Second Master Bao. You will protect his safety for a while. I only know how to kill, I don't know how to protect." The black-clothed man's voice was strange and unique. It was cold, deep, hoarse, and short. It didn't seem like it came from a human's throat. Although his voice was low and hoarse, it had a kind of magical power that pierced one's heart, causing one to never forget a single word he said. Liao Yingzhong held his breath, but he reacted quickly. "On the trip to Western Xia, kill all those who want to harm young master. Consider it as protecting him." "Good." There seemed to be a hint of excitement in the tone of Little Red of the Central Plains. His eyes flashed with a cruel, beast-like green light, as if the greatest hobby in his life was to kill, and the purpose of his existence was only to kill. Song Qingshu looked at him with interest. "There will be many dangers on this trip to Western Xia. I don't know how good his swordsmanship is. Can he really protect me?" Zhongyuan Dian Hong did not speak, as if answering such a question would be a disgrace to his identity. Liao Yingzhong answered on his behalf, "Young master, please rest assured. I've found someone to test him. Although his swordsmanship is not at the peak, it is more than enough to kill." Worried that his strength would be doubted, Liao Yingzhong continued, "He is the most famous killer in the underground world." Zhongyuan Dian Hong frowned. It is not a good thing for a killer to be famous. Only then did Liao Yingzhong explain, "I'm just giving an example. Only a few people in the circle know your name. The others who know the name of Red Dot in the Central Plains are all dead. So, although your swordsmanship is great, very few people in the Jianghu know about it." Song Qingshu secretly nodded. No wonder he had never heard of this person before. It could only be said that the world was big, and there were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, he soon thought of a problem. He vaguely remembered that Little Red of the Central Plains was a top assassin trained by Xue Shaoran. He could be considered his disciple. There were people from the Xue family and Xue Yi in this world, so it was likely that there were also people from Xue Shao. In this way, was the Little Red of the Central Plains a member of the Jia family or a spy sent by the Xue family? Noticing that Liao Yingzhong was excited to meet a top master, Song Qingshu did not speak out his doubts. Firstly, he could not explain how he knew the relationship between Little Red of the Central Plains and Xue Shaoran. Secondly, there was no need to say it. Anyway, he was a fake, and it would be better for him to fish in troubled waters if the other party was a spy. Seeing that the two had known each other, Liao Yingzhong waved his hand to dismiss Little Red of the Central Plains. Then, he continued to instruct Song Qingshu on the things he should pay attention to in Xixia. It could be said that he was very detailed and did not leave out any aspect. In addition, he also mentioned that during the period when Jia Baoyu went to Xixia, he would stay in Lin to gather the remaining forces of the Jia Mansion and the Isle of Heroes, deal with those traitors, and accumulate strength. He would wait for Jia Baoyu's return before launching a complete counterattack. Looking at his serious expression, Song Qingshu secretly sighed with emotion. He was indeed a loyal subordinate, but it was a pity that he had his own master. I hope that young master can win the beauty on this trip. Liao Yingzhong smiled and cupped one hand in the other before leaving. Thank you for your blessings. Song Qingshu knew that the beauty he mentioned was not the princess of Xixia, but Xue Baochai. At this time, the other candidates of Xixia's betrothal contest were also receiving guidance from their elders in their respective homes. In the Xue mansion, Xue Ji looked at his excited son and could not help but frown. Why are you so happy? Isn't it worth being happy to be selected as a candidate of Xixia's betrothal contest? Xue Pan was startled for a moment. Then, he beamed with joy and said, I heard that the princess of Xixia is as beautiful as a goddess. She is unparalleled. Xue Ji's frown deepened. What does it have to do with you? Of course it has to do with me, Xue Pan said. In terms of family background and talent, who can compare to me? Originally, Jia Baoyu was a formidable opponent, but his father died in Mount Wudong and his family declined. He is no longer a threat. You are quite confident. Xue Ji was so angry that he laughed. However, what his son said was somewhat reasonable. In terms of family background, no one in the Great Song could compare to him. In terms of appearance, he could be considered a handsome man. However, in terms of talent, did he have it? Otherwise, he would not be called the local bully. This is also because of father's good intentions. Xue Pan smiled foolishly. Seeing his son like this, Xue Ji was very angry. He thought that it was a pity that Baochai was a girl. Otherwise, he would not have to worry so much. Suppressing his anger, Xue Ji said, You can just take this trip to Xixia as a sightseeing trip. Just don't cause any trouble. Also, remember not to stay too far away from your sister. Otherwise, she will not be able to protect you if you are in danger. Xue Pan could not help but say, I am a dignified man. Why would I need my sister's protection? Xue Ji frowned. Originally, he wanted to tell his son not to marry the princess. With his power in the Song dynasty, he did not need to rely on a princess of Xixia. He wanted his daughter-in-law to be a descendant of a famous family in the imperial court. Only in this way could they unite and help each other. As for his son being selected this time, he had no choice but to let his son go. However, seeing his son's mischievous appearance, Xue Ji thought that even if he tried his best, the princess of Xixia would not fall for him. Why would he need to tell his son to marry her? Get out of here. After understanding all this, Xue Ji waved his hand impatiently and ordered his son to leave. At this time, the LV family was in a different situation. LV Wenhuan looked at his son and nephew in front of him and said, Sherdao, Shisheng, you must try your best to win the favor of the princess of Xixia. The other candidates who will go with you this time are mostly playboys. How can they compare with you in terms of real ability and learning? LV Sherdao could not help but say, Uncle, Xixia is a barbarian country after all. Why don't we set our sights on the noble ladies in the capital? These ideas were deeply rooted in the bones of every Song citizen. Of all the things in the world, scholars were the best. Naturally, they looked down on the barbarians around them. LV Wenhuan sighed and said, Today is different from the past. If it were in the past, of course we would want you to marry the daughters of the nobles in the capital. But after the Battle of Wudong Mountain, others may not know the truth, but do you think we don't? The imperial court didn't do anything to us for the time being just for stability. But after 3 or 5 years, when everything is stable, our LV family will face a disaster. LV Sherdao and LV Shisheng pursed their lips. They were both smart people and naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. When the emperor returned to the capital, he took them back with him. To put it nicely, it was to reward the LV family, but in fact, they knew they had become hostages. We can't stay in the Southern Song dynasty anymore, so we have to find another way out. LV Wenhuan's face was gloomy. Back then, the Qin family could go to Xixia and live a good life there. We can certainly follow their example. LV Shisheng said, Now that Xixia is not as powerful as before, why don't we directly turn to the Mongolians? LV Wenhuan looked at him approvingly and said, Originally, I wanted to remind you, but I didn't expect you to think of it in advance. Yes, this time, you have to fight for the position of Xixia's son-in-law. Even if you fail, you have to take the opportunity to get close to the Mongolian prince. This time, the Mongolian prince will also participate in the marriage selection. You can't miss such a good opportunity. As long as you have a relationship with the Mongolians, you will be the hero of the whole family. Chapter 2085. LV Sherdao couldn't help but pour cold water on him, but we fought against the Mongolians in Xiangyang a few years ago and killed many Mongolians. With this grudge, it's not appropriate to turn to the Mongolians for help. So our first choice is to participate in the Xixia marriage contest. You two brothers can work together to see who has the chance to become the emperor's son-in-law. LV Wenhuan answered. LV Sherdao and LV Shisheng looked at each other and nodded slightly. Now that their family was in danger, they wouldn't fight against each other anymore. When they arrived at Xixia, they would see who the Xixia people would appreciate more. Instead of being jealous, the other brother would cooperate to protect his brother and finally win the beauty. But the participants in the Xixia marriage contest are all the princes and grandsons of various countries. We are fine, but we don't have much hope for those from other countries, especially the Mongolian princes. Lu Shisheng was usually very arrogant in Xiangyang, but in front of the world's top second generations, he was still very self-aware. We can do our best and leave the rest to God. LV Wenhuan comforted him. Even if we can't become the emperor's son-in-law, it's good to have a good relationship with the Mongolian princes. This time, it's the Mongolian 5th Prince Zulwu who will participate in the Xixia marriage contest, not the 4th Prince Kublai who fought against us in Xiangyang. As far as I know, the Mongolian princes fight fiercely with each other, so Zulwu won't care about the grudge between us and Kublai. So this is our chance. LV Sherdao nodded. Well, if we can't do it, we can help Zulwu and let him become the emperor's son-in-law. It's also a favor for him. You're worth teaching. LV Wenhuan looked pleased. When we get there, you can act according to the circumstances. I can't leave the capital, so I can't accompany you. Besides, he hesitated for a long time and then said, if you can't become the emperor's son-in-law of Xixia and can't get in touch with the Mongolians, you should take the opportunity to escape. Don't come back. The LV family will be punished eventually. You don't have to die with us old bones. Father, Uncle, we swear to live and die with the LV family. LV Sherdao and LV Shersheng knelt down together. LV Wenhuan helped them up and said, "Don't say such silly things. If you can escape safely, the LV family will still have some hope left, and the whole family won't be annihilated. You have the hope of your family on your shoulders, so you must live well. Of course, this is to prepare for the worst. You don't have to worry too much. After all, it hasn't reached that stage yet. We'll do our best in this trip to the Western Xia." The Liu brothers' eyes were filled with tears, but their tone had become unprecedentedly firm. After Song Qingshu saw Liao Yingzhong off, he left the Jia mansion quietly. He was going to the Western Xia and had to bid farewell to some people. Originally, Little Red of the Central Plains was left behind by Liao Yingzhong in the Jia residence to ensure his safety. However, with Song Qingshu's current cultivation level, he left without a sound. Little Red did not notice anything unusual at all. Song Qingshu was the first to rush in the direction of the imperial palace. At present, Ren Yingying was impersonating his identity as the person in charge of the imperial armaments. Normally, she would spend the night in the imperial palace and would rarely return to the Prince of Qi's residence. He didn't know how many times he had entered and exited the imperial palace. Now, entering the imperial palace was as natural as returning home. Soon, he arrived at Ren Yingying's current residence. The guards around her were obviously much tighter. All of them were experts carefully selected from the Sun-Moon Divine sect. There were also maids from the Vulture Palace. These were all part of the security system that Song Qingshu had meticulously constructed. Even with his ability, it was impossible for him to sneak in quietly. Of course, with his great Grandmaster cultivation level, those people would not be able to stop him if he directly barged in. However, after seeing his appearance, those guards returned to their hidden posts one after another. When Ren Yingying saw that her lover had returned, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Hugging her soft and alluring body and smelling her elegant and charming fragrance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "It seems that the rootless tree's secret art is very useful. Your complexion is much rosier now. How can a secret art personally taught by immortal Zhang be ordinary?" Ren Yingying pursed her lips into a smile. Her tone was filled with reverence. Even her father, who had always regarded everyone else as beneath him, would sigh in admiration every time Zhang Sanfeng was mentioned. The two of them cuddled for a while. When Song Qingshu mentioned the purpose of his visit, Ren Yingying's face couldn't help but darken. "You're leaving again so soon. We've always been apart more than together." Noticing her dejected expression, Song Qingshu's heart was filled with pity and guilt. He subconsciously hugged her even tighter. Ren Yingying quickly recovered. "However, I also understand that you are running for the sake of the world. Naturally, I won't be petty and stop you. I hope that you can succeed soon and end this chaotic world." That way, she had originally wanted to say that he would have more time to accompany her. However, when she thought of how her lover had so many female friends by his side, would he really have a lot of time to accompany her? Thinking of this, she furrowed her pretty eyebrows in annoyance. However, Song Qingshu's thoughts were stirred up by her. He wasn't originally a Virgin Mary. However, after experiencing the peaceful and contented life of his previous life, and then looking at this world, where there were starving people on the streets and countless people selling their children, he really couldn't remain indifferent. After all, these tragic situations were caused by the rise of heroes and the many years of war. Therefore, the idea of unifying the countries and ending this chaotic world became increasingly clear. Of course, he also had his own selfish motives. He also enjoyed the taste of power and also liked beautiful girls. However, at the same time, he was also aware of his responsibilities. It was as if ending the chaos was his mission when he transmigrated to this world. After leaving Ren Yingying's place, Song Qingshu went to the bedchambers of the two princesses. A few days after the wedding, he left the palace and hid in the Jia mansion. Now, he was about to arrive at the Xixia country, which was thousands of miles away. He didn't know when they would meet again, so he couldn't help but feel guilty. He originally thought that the two princesses were young and would surely cry and scold him. However, the result was unexpected. Not only did they not cry or make a fuss, but they also constantly reminded him of the things he should pay attention to on the road. Zhao Yuan took out a set of underwear and handed it to him. "I made this myself. I made this." Zhao Huan, who was on the side, also took out a set of clothes as if presenting a treasure. Her face was a little more bashful. "But it's not as good as sisters." Song Qingshu was surprised. "You also know how to sew?" Zhao Yuan sighed faintly. "When we were in the laundry yard, there was no one to serve us. Naturally, we learned this." Song Qingshu couldn't help but hold her little hand. "Those things are in the past. I won't let you be afraid in the future." Zhao Yuan's eyes were slightly red. Those days in the laundry yard were really nightmarish. "I didn't know when it would be my turn. Fortunately, Brother Song, you appeared and saved us. So, we will be grateful to you for the rest of our lives." Song Qingshu deliberately put on a straight face. "Only gratitude?" Zhao Yuan's face turned red. Zhao Huan, who was on the side, was outspoken. "Of course there is admiration. Otherwise, why would we marry you?" Only then did Song Qingshu burst into laughter. He felt very warm as he held the two girls in his arms. Before leaving the palace, Song Qingshu also made a trip to concubine Wu's bedroom. Aku, that little girl, had been complaining a lot about him recently. He had to comfort her lest she did something irrational in a moment of anger and ruin the overall plan. Entering the bedroom, Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly sigh as he looked at the beautiful young girl by the window. There was a hint of sadness between the young girl's brows that shouldn't have appeared at her age. Clearly, she had a lot on her mind. "Aku," hearing his call, the young girl turned her head in disbelief. When she saw his face clearly, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. "Brother Song." The young girl threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. Song Qingshu looked at Chen Yuan, who had rushed over after hearing the news, and smiled bitterly. Chen Yuan only secretly sighed and didn't say anything. "Aku, you've lost weight during this time," Song Qingshu said with pity as he wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Aku pouted and said unhappily, "It's your fault for not coming to see me." As if seeing Song Qingshu's dilemma, Chen Yuan hurriedly helped him out and said, "Aku, Qingshu is busy every day. He doesn't have the time to care about love affairs. I hate national affairs the most. My father used to be like this too." Aku snorted. It was obvious that she had an unpleasant experience. "I have a gift for you." Song Qingshu thought that it was fortunate that he was prepared. "A gift?" Aku blinked her eyes, full of curiosity. Only then did Song Qingshu walk to the door and come in with a basket. "This is a newborn kitten. I picked it up on the roadside. It's a pity that I'm busy all day and don't have much time to take care of it. Can you help me take care of it?" Aku originally didn't have much interest in cats and dogs, but when she heard that she was helping Song Qingshu take care of it, she instantly felt that it had a different meaning. She immediately smiled and agreed, "Okay, wow, it's so cute." Seeing the kitten blinking its eyes, Aku felt that her heart was about to melt. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this trick worked. He had always been worried that Aku would be too bored staying in the harem. If a woman was bored, she would do too many stupid things. So, he had to find something for her. Thinking of those who raised pets in his previous life, Song Qingshu immediately had an idea. Of course, he didn't pick up this kitten. How could there be such a coincidence? With his current status, if he wanted to find a beautiful kitten, there would naturally be someone below him who would take care of it for him. How could it be so easy to take care of such a small kitten? Aku obviously didn't have that much time to think about other things. In the future, when she grew attached to the kitten, she would naturally have an additional companion. Also, Song Qingshu had also thoughtfully chosen a female kitten. That way, when it grew up in the future, it could go on a few dates and come back with a bunch of kittens for Aku to raise. Looking at the young girl's current excited expression, even Song Qingshu felt that he was being too cunning. After chatting with them for a while in the bedroom, Song Qingshu saw that Aku's attention was all on the kitten, so he used the opportunity to bid farewell. After leaving the imperial palace, Song Qingshu went to Li Qingluo's residence in the end. He asked her to look after Ren Yingying and the others. After all, as the White Lotus Mother, she could be considered as half a local in Lin. However, Li Qingluo pursed her lips and directly refused. "I'm going back to Monto Villa. I don't want to look after those women for you unless you pay me." "What payment?" Song Qingshu was very curious. Whether it was her identity as the Madam of the Wang family on the surface or the White Lotus Mother in secret, was there anything she could not obtain? Li Qingluo arrived in front of him and gently rubbed his chest. She bit her red lips gently with her pearly teeth, which shone with an enchanting light. "Stay with me for a night. Unless I call for you, you're not allowed to stop." The flames in Song Qingshu's body were immediately ignited. With a roar, he directly picked her up and pressed her down on the table beside him. Chapter 2086. The next day, when the Jia mansion was about to set off, Song Qingshu was still reminiscing the wonderful feeling of yesterday. He could only sigh that he and Li Qingluo were too compatible in all aspects. Moreover, she had a unique mature charm, and would not pester him like ordinary young girls. For him, who was now plagued with a headache, it was even rarer. Because they knew that Jia Baoyu was going to Xixia, all the members of the Jia mansion came out to see him off. Whether it was sincere or not, they all wished him success. Only one person did not come out, and that was Lin Dayu. She was already very unhappy when she learned that Jia Baoyu was going to Xixia's matchmaking contest. Later, when she learned that Xue Baochai was going with him, she instantly became jealous. In this regard, Song Qingshu could only express his regret. Sister Lin was indeed a good girl. Compared to the other girls in the mansion who more or less wore a mask, her character was much purer. Of course, in the eyes of many people, she would appear a little pretentious. If it was another time, Song Qingshu might have comforted her. But now, he had important matters to attend to. Moreover, he was entangled with a peach blossom. Naturally, he would not casually provoke such a good girl. Seeing him leave just like that without even leaving behind a word, the servant girl Xue Yan, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but pout. She thought to herself, "Second Master Bao is really too cold. To think that my miss would be sad and shed tears for him." Song Qingshu naturally did not know about all this. He went to the West City Gate and met up with the crowd. The Jia residents had sent a few guards who were highly skilled to travel with him. In addition, his manservant Ming Yan was also there to serve him along the way. Shiren and the other servant girls wanted to go, but were rejected by the Jia family's mother. After all, Jia Baoyu was going to participate in the matchmaking contest. It was not good to bring a few servant girls with him. Moreover, they were not the only family accompanying him. They could not let others see them as a joke. Song Qingshu was naturally very happy about this. The person in the mansion who was most familiar with Jia Baoyu was probably Shiren. If she accompanied him all the time, there might be some mistakes. Although the servant Ming Yan was also by his side, his relationship with her was much worse than Shiren's. As for those guards, Song Qingshu pursed his lips. They were more than enough to deal with ordinary thieves and rascals. However, if they were to encounter a true expert, they would not be enough. It seemed that the Jia residents had indeed suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Wudong. If it was really Jia Baoyu, Then he could only count on the central plain's one red dot. He did not show himself, but Song Qingshu knew that he was secretly following nearby. If anything happened, he should be able to appear in time. Not long after, he arrived at the West City Gate. A group of young masters had already gathered there. He recognized some of them and didn't know some of them, but he guessed that they were all princes and grandsons of the imperial court with good family backgrounds. Bao Yu, an amiable voice called out to him. Very quickly, someone put their arm around his shoulder and hugged him. Song Qingshu raised an eyebrow. Brother Shui. He'd already recognized the other party. It was the young master of the Shui family, Shui Pan, also known as local bully. Shui Baochai was extremely beautiful. As her brother, Shui Pan was naturally good-looking. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a handsome young master at first sight, but those who knew him would call him local bully. However, Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Although this person was a little useless, he treated his friends well. Song Qingshu could feel his sincerity and enthusiasm from his tone. He didn't become snobbish just because his family had fallen. In stark contrast to him were the two brothers of the LV family. It should be noted that the LV family had almost been raised by Jia Shidao. To some extent, LV Wendy and LV Wenhuan could be regarded as Jia Shidao's disciples. Their nephews, LV Shidao and LV Shisheng, had more or less flattered Jia Baoyu when they saw him. But today, the two of them avoided him as if he was the plague. They just casually cupped their hands as a greeting. At that moment, LV Shidao and LV Shisheng were also very uncomfortable. Others might not know the situation of Wudong Mountain, but they certainly knew. Thinking that the miserable situation of the LV family was caused by the Jia family, they didn't look good when they saw Jia Baoyu. Besides, the family had already decided to leave the southern Song dynasty and join the western Xia dynasty or the Mongols. Naturally, they wouldn't spend so much effort to build a relationship with the young masters of the southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Is everyone here? Why aren't we leaving yet?" At that moment, a soft and pleasant voice sounded, "We are still waiting for the last young master." Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Today, Shui Baochai wasn't wearing women's clothes. Instead, she was wearing the official uniform of the Imperial City Department. Her red lips and white teeth made her look even more handsome. Many young masters from the aristocratic families kept glancing at her, thinking, "What a handsome young man." Shui Baochai's identity was only known by the top few families. No one else knew that this handsome guard was the young lady of the Shui family. Shui Pan, who was standing at the side, wanted to put his arm around his sister's shoulder and said to Song Qingshu with a smile, "Brother, my sister will protect you along the way." Shui Baochai leaned to the side and dodged his hand without leaving a trace. She snorted softly, "Don't expose my identity by calling me a girl in front of so many people. Remember to call me Master Tiandi in the future." Shui Pan smiled embarrassedly, "All right." For some reason, he didn't know why he was a little afraid of this seemingly gentle girl since he was young. Song Qingshu looked at Shui Baochai in surprise. He didn't expect her to be promoted again. The head of the Imperial City Department was called the Tiandi Imperial City Department, followed by the 6th Tiandi Imperial City Department. Shui Baochai could be said to be second only to one person in the Imperial City Department. "Who are you waiting for? Why are you so arrogant?" Jia Baoyu was a top-notch playboy, so Song Qingshu didn't need to be too polite. "People from the Tianbua Yang Mansion," Shui Baochai said with a strange expression. "Tianbua Yang Mansion?" Song Qingshu was startled. In his plan, the Yang Mansion didn't include anyone from the Yang family. More importantly, were there any men of suitable age in the Tianbua Yang Mansion? At this moment, the sound of hooves could be heard. A handsome young man was riding on the back of the horse. He was dressed in a loose robe and had an elegant expression on his face. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." The young man got off the horse and cupped his hands. Although he was apologizing, his tone was extremely indifferent. Many people were originally quite dissatisfied, but seeing how handsome the young man was, they didn't say anything. Many people even went up to him to strike up a conversation. It should be known that in this era, the aristocratic circle was more or less interested in men. Many people would keep handsome manservants at home. One of the main reasons why Shui Pan was called local bully was because he had taken a fancy to a handsome young man. He tried to flirt with him but failed. Instead, he was beaten up by the other party and became a laughingstock in the capital. It was a pity that the young man led the horse to the side and didn't give them a chance to approach him, so they returned to the group. At this time, they were at the gates of the capital, so it wasn't good for them to cause trouble. Song Qingshu finally understood why Shui Baochai's expression was so strange. Just as he was about to say something, Shui Pan couldn't help but sigh. There's actually such a handsome man in the world. Bao Yu, I used to think that you were the most handsome man I've ever seen, but compared to him today, you're still slightly inferior. Song Qingshu was speechless. Noticing Shui Pan's hand on his shoulder, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he subconsciously moved to the side. Chapter 2087. Seeing that everyone had arrived, an official from the Ministry of Rites came out to give a speech, including the things to take note of along the way. The young masters were not in the mood to listen and soon impatiently urged them to hurry up. The official did not get angry, as this was all within his expectations. He meticulously read out everything before giving the order to set off. The procession set off in a grandiose manner. Shui Pan could not help but approach the handsome young master. Brother, how should I address you? You look a little familiar, have we met before? Song Qingshu thought, it's not strange that you find him familiar. This handsome young master is the yellow-robed girl disguised as a man. As a princess and a member of the Jianshan Academy, a top young master like Shui Pan would have most likely seen her before. However, the yellow-robed girl had always lived in seclusion and rarely showed her face in public. Therefore, unless one was very familiar with her, they would not be able to recognize her even if she looked familiar. I've never seen you before. The yellow-robed girl was very cold and did not even look at Shui Pan. Shui Pan did not mind and continued to ask, which branch of the Tianbo Yang estate are you from? The Yang estate has very few male descendants. Logically speaking, I should have heard of you. That's none of your business. The yellow-robed girl pulled on the reins and increased the distance between them. Her entire body seemed to be enveloped in ice, exuding an unapproachable aura. You have character, I like it. Not only was Shui Pan not angry, but he instead became even more interested. Just as he was about to catch up to her, Shui Baochai pulled him back with a dark expression. Why are you stopping me? Shui Pan was a little dissatisfied. Shui Baochai snorted, Don't provoke her, or I won't be able to protect you. Shui Pan looked puzzled. The Yang estate of Tianbo has long since declined. Now that our father is a high official, why should we be afraid of the Yang clan? In short, there are many things that I can't explain to you. Seeing that he was still unwilling, Shui Baochai could only say, Her martial arts is very high and she's in a bad mood. Have you forgotten that you were beaten up by Lu Xianglian? Shui Pan's breathing stopped. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine when he thought of the tragic situation back then. If he was beaten up in front of so many young masters, how would he be able to face others in the future? He could only give up on this idea for now. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to ask, Big Sister Bao, there doesn't seem to be anyone from the Yang family on the list to go to Western Xia this time. Why is she here? Shui Baochai deliberated over her words and said, She joined us temporarily, and her identity is rather special. No one dares to stop her, and Zai Fu and the others feel that with her accompanying you, she can also protect you, so they acquiesced. Shui Pan shivered. Is he really that powerful? Song Qingshu had a pensive look on his face. With the yellow-robed girl's martial arts, she was indeed competent enough to protect these people. But the key point was, didn't she tell me that she was going to go into closed-door training last time? Why did she suddenly want to go to the Western Xia this time? Bao Yu, you are being unreasonable here, Shui Pan suddenly said. Huh! Song Qingshu was confused. You're clearly mocking me after seeing me suffer a setback, Shui Pan said unhappily. You're overthinking things. Song Qingshu hadn't expected local bully to be such an actor. Of course I am, Shui Pan said angrily. No, you should go and try to strike up a conversation with him. Only then will I be able to vent my anger. You shouldn't be thinking like that. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little amused. What if I go and strike up a conversation with him? Shui Pan laughed foolishly. That's impossible. Jia Baoyu's body reeked of makeup, so only women would look at him differently. In the eyes of men, he was definitely not as popular as a masculine man like him. Moreover, he had just experienced that handsome young master's cold demeanor. Many people had already suffered at his hands, and his mood was visibly bad. Wouldn't he be asking for a rebuff if he went over now? I'll go and try. Song Qingshu had originally wanted to ask the yellow-robed girl why she was going to the Western Xia. Now, he had found an excuse to go over. The yellow-robed girl lagged behind the group, and there was no one within a 1-meter radius. It was as if there was an invisible domain around her that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Get lost. Noticing that Song Qingshu had gone over, the yellow-robed woman coldly glared at him. Originally, with her self-restraint, she would not have been so rude, but she was in a bad mood, and there was also a large group of crazy bees and butterflies that kept coming to bother her. If it was anyone else, she would just chase them away, but when it came to Jia Baoyu thinking that all of this was caused by Jia Shidao's rebellion, she looked at the traitor in front of her and naturally couldn't help but feel angry. Shui Pan, who was far away, faintly heard the words, "Get lost," and almost laughed out loud. He instantly felt much better. Song Qingshu didn't mind. He smiled and asked, "Why are you so angry, little sister? Is there something bothering you?" Little sister? The yellow-robed girl couldn't help but frown when she heard his strange name. You can tell that I'm a woman disguised as a man? She often traveled in Jianghu, so she was very familiar with disguising as a man. In addition, she usually lived in the capital, so none of the people just now saw through her disguise. Song Qingshu said, "I've been around women for a long time, so I'm very sensitive to the differences between men and women. You smell different from those stinky men." The yellow-robed girl looked at him and said, "Your tone and expression are very similar to a friend of mine." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "You must have a good relationship with this friend, right? It seems that I've taken advantage of you." "No, you're as annoying as he is," the yellow-robed girl said coldly. Song Qingshu didn't expect this development at all. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you go to the Western Xia thousands of miles away because of that friend?" "It's none of your business," the yellow-robed girl said coldly and rode to the other side. She whispered to herself, "I just took it as going out for a walk." Song Qingshu had sharp ears and eyes. When he heard what she said, he roughly guessed what was going on. Most likely, she wanted to avoid him, so she left Lin and for Xixia. But fate played tricks on people like this. She just happened to be closer to him. Seeing that Song Qingshu came back, Shui Pan opened his mouth wide and said, "You could talk with him for so long. How did you do that?" Noticing that many people were looking at them, Song Qingshu didn't want to cause more trouble, so he shrugged and said, "I was driven away by him in the end." The people around him were relieved. They hurried all the way to the west. One day, they suddenly came to a town and found it was very lively with lanterns and streamers. A busybody couldn't help but ask a local, "What happened here? Why is it so lively?" Miss Hua of the Red Sleeves house will choose her guests today. Aren't we going to join in the fun? Miss Hua. She's the top courtesan of the Red Sleeves house. Everyone knows that she's an outstanding beauty. Of course, we all want to see her. Hearing the discussion, Shui Pan beamed with joy as he ran over to discuss this matter with Song Qingshu and invited him to join in the fun. Top courtesan? Song Qingshu frowned. He was not interested in these things now. You come from Linen. What kind of beauty have you not seen? How beautiful can the top courtesan of this small place be? I won't go. Chapter 2088. You probably don't understand. Since ancient times there have been many beauties in the countryside. Even though this place is a bit remote, what if there really is an outstanding beauty? There's no harm in taking a look. Shui Pan's tone was filled with excitement. Not interested. The current Song Qingshu wouldn't be interested in the courtesan of a brothel. Let's go, I've been bored out of my mind. Shui Pan tried to pull him, but how could he move? Shui Pan suddenly said, this isn't like you. In the past, when you heard of such an interesting woman, you would definitely go for her immediately. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He had unintentionally revealed his true emotions and forgot about Jia Baoyu's instinctive reaction in this kind of environment. Fortunately, the other young masters were all rushing towards the bustling area. The officials from the Ministry of Rites couldn't stop them and could only follow helplessly. Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation and followed the others. Since it was the courtesan of the House of Red Sleeves, the most bustling place would be the House of Red Sleeves. However, even though there was a sea of people outside, the House of Red Sleeves was expensive and this was a remote town. Thus, ordinary people couldn't afford it and could only watch from the outside. Even though the group of young masters arrived late, they were all of high status and had many guards under them. Soon, they squeezed through the crowd and entered the House of Red Sleeves. Even though there weren't as many people as outside, the House of Red Sleeves was basically full. Of course, this couldn't stop the group of young masters. With money and their subordinates, a few tables were quickly emptied. Before Song Qingshu could say anything, Shui Pan had already sent someone to clear out a table at the front. Baoyu, come and sit with us. He pulled Song Qingshu over and sat down. Shui Baochai frowned and glared at her brother. You're messing around here again. If father finds out, he'll beat you to death. Shui Pan curled his lips. You don't need to use father to pressure me. We've been traveling for so long. What's wrong with coming here to rest? Moreover, those people are coming. It's not good for us to act alone. Shui Baochai stomped her feet angrily when she heard his eloquent words. She had no choice but to turn around and warn Song Qingshu. Baoyu, don't be led astray by him. This place. She opened her mouth but did not know how to explain. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. I won't do anything. Song Qingshu smiled. Since he was already here, he might as well watch the fun. While sipping his tea, he looked around and soon shook his head. This was not a brothel branch set up by He Taizhou. Song Qingshu did not know who the boss behind the scenes was. He had actually built such a magnificent place in this remote town. Was it really not a loss? Suddenly, the tip of his nose smelled a delicate fragrance that was so simple and elegant that it was almost negligible. If it weren't for his outstanding sixth senses, he probably wouldn't have been able to smell it. Subconsciously turning his head to look, he found that the yellow-robed woman was also sitting at this table. She's also interested in Oiran? Song Qingshu was a little amused. There were 4 people sitting at this table, but 2 of them were women dressed as men and 1 was a fake. Perhaps only Shui Pan had the intention of chasing after women. In the House of Red Sleeves, some gorgeously dressed girls came out to perform. However, no one bought it and they all shouted, "We're not here to watch this. Oiran, come out! Miss Hua, I've admired you for a long time. Miss Yuan, come out quickly and let us see your beautiful face." Hearing the continuous howls around him, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. At first, when he heard people calling him Miss Hua, he thought that the devil had entered the village. There was also someone calling for Yuyan. After a long time, he found out that the name of Oiran was Hua Yuyan and not Yuyan. At this moment, Shui Pan was also shouting along with everyone. Shui Baochai, who was at the side, couldn't help but move to the side, afraid that others would know about their relationship and feel embarrassed. She turned to look at Song Qingshu and saw that his expression was normal and his eyes were clear. She couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Baochai wasn't like other men. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked out from the second floor, instantly attracting the gazes of all the men present. The girl was petite and beautiful. Her jet-black hair hung behind her shoulders. She had an exquisite figure and snow-white skin. She smiled sweetly at the crowd, revealing her pearly white teeth. She was extremely enchanting. What left a deep impression was that when she looked around with her beautiful eyes, she had a romantic attitude. She was charming but not vulgar, emitting an incomparable charm. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. How could such a beautiful girl exist in such a remote town? Although she wasn't the unparalleled beauty that people claimed, she was still an outstanding beauty. Soon, waves of regretful sighs sounded in the surroundings. It turned out that Hua Kuei had only taken a glimpse of her before returning to the door curtain. They could only vaguely see the outline of her figure. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. She came out to let everyone inspect the goods first, so that these men would be willing to pay for it later. As expected, very soon, a young girl dressed like a servant girl walked out. She smiled sweetly and bowed to everyone, then continued, "Our young miss is only one person and can't split herself into two. If we were to receive everyone, I'm afraid that it would be inconsiderate to all the young masters and masters. Therefore, we can only choose a few to meet. Please forgive us." Song Qingshu curled his lips. It sounded so nice, but it was all just a routine. That's natural. Miss Yuyan's body is delicate. How can she be tainted by vulgar things? This was a typical bootlicker. Just say it. How are we going to choose people? Master, I have plenty of money. As he spoke, he took out a bag of silver and slammed it on the table. The young masters from Lin and secretly curled their lips and said, "Nouveau riche, disgraceful." They were all from aristocratic families, so they naturally looked down on this kind of people. The little servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. Our young miss said that she wants to find a good man to entrust her to, but after all, the contact time is too short to really understand a person. Therefore, we have to set up 2 tests to choose the fated person. Those who pass the 2 tests can come to the room and be personally received by our young miss. Although she said it vaguely, all the people present were experienced and had long been used to these tricks. Naturally, they understood that the young miss's personal reception was the 3rd test. At the level of Hua Kuei, she also had the right to choose guests. At that time, she would definitely choose someone who was pleasing to the eye as the guest behind the curtain. Which 2 tests are it? Tell us quickly. We are so anxious. The little servant girl replied softly, "As the saying goes, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Naturally, it is to test your talent. Of course, this is divided into 2 types. One is wealth, and the other is literary talent. Both of these can prove your strength to a certain extent, so that our young miss won't entrust her to the wrong person." Very soon, everyone understood the rules. To pass the first test, they had to pay 500 taels of silver as an admission ticket. Although the Southern Song dynasty was rich, an ordinary family would hesitate to spend 500 taels of silver on a brothel. Moreover, it was only an admission ticket. Therefore, this test directly eliminated half of the people. However, this was naturally not a problem for Song Qingshu and his group. These people were all from rich and noble families. A mere 500 taels of silver was nothing to them. Before Song Qingshu could speak, Shui Pan directly waved his hand and paid the money for him. The Shui family was born as a royal merchant and was in existence that was originally the wealthiest in the world. He even paid the money for the yellow-robed girl in order to curry favor with her. The yellow-robed girl raised her eyebrows as if she was about to explode, but in the end she did not say anything. Seeing that the other party was unexpectedly not angry, Shui Pan smiled foolishly, feeling that the money he spent was worth it. On the side, Song Qingshu suddenly became very suspicious of Shui Pan's sexual orientation and considered whether or not he should stay away from him. Seeing them flirt with each other, Shui Baochai was extremely angry and simply spent 500 taels of silver to buy an admission ticket. At this time, the little servant girl spoke again. Perhaps it was because she had received a lot of money, but her smile was also a little sweeter than before. Next is the second test. May the young master who has just passed use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as the topic? You can write a poem or a song and let our young miss judge. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.